Luciano, you look down at your hand. Naiyale's reached over, holding it the same way that Evie has before. And when you look up, the eye color of Naiyale is slightly different. And you could swear that the smirk forming on her face is also not Naiyale. Evie, you have control of this body for the first time during daylight hours and for longer than a few moments. What do you do?
I think Evie's definitely a little panicked. This is the first time this has happened for her. She is kind of in uncharted water and unfamiliar territory. You'll see her eyes kind of dart around to get a sense of the surroundings because she has no idea how she got here. But they'll ease up and a slight curl to the edge of her lips will form in a little smirk as her eyes fall upon the biggest source of security she's ever had, Luciano. Her eyebrow will kind of peak in a familiar peaked arch, and but you can see that, oh, this is serious. This is not joking, Evie. Even though that she has a smirk, she's just,
I think with all of that's going on with Naiyale, Luciano would be and confused just as to what's going on and say, I'm sorry, Naiyale, are you okay?
Lucy, I don't know.
Wait. What did you call me?
Look, Lucy, I don't think I have long. Please just listen to me.
Look, first off, we just met and you have no right to call me.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand. Please just listen. Please, Lucy.
I'm gonna look around real quick. Is there anybody nearby us right now?
There are several people nearby that are having romantic dates at this ice cream parlor. Not necessarily within earshot, but they could be if they were looking out for it. Luciano, Could you roll me a wisdom check? Just straight wisdom.
Straight wisdom. Okay.
Yeah. Intuition. Vibe check.
That's a 19 plus. I want to say that's 19 plus 19 plus that's a 21.
Nice. With a 21, you don't know how you know, but you know that isn't Naiyale.
I'm looking around, knowing people aren't that close to us. I think I'll lean in a little bit and say, Evie?
I understand your trepidation. I share that as well. It's like I'm here, but I'm not. I can't remember everything. I don't know what's going on. I remember falling. I think I fell twice, and you're gonna feel her hands kind of start shaking just ever so slightly, and she'll have a quiver to her voice that the very confident Evie usually does not.
You'll feel
like,
my hand.
Yes.
You'll feel my hand like go over onto yours and like clutch it real and like hold on to it. I'm gonna do my best not to draw that much of attention to it, but my hand will be on yours holding it.
I fell twice. I fell, and you can see as like she's trying to piece things together in a mind that isn't hers, and she'll say, "I fell to a platform and I didn't have a chance to speak. But as soon as I opened my mouth, a blade was presented to me, and the platform. It had the heir to armor to it. I was going to heal her. I was going to help, but that no one listened, and all I can remember is feeling the warmth spread across the fabric of my dress and looking down and seeing red. But I also saw you. I saw your face in those final moments. I called out to my patron as I fell, and, well, this is where it gets a little fuxed and fuzzy, but the figure was blurry. I called to them, but you were clear as day while I pleaded for more days with you.
Maybe I thought you had that. You've taken on worse. What the hell happened?
I'm not sure. Well, you know me. I think I tried to make friends, but it didn't work out to my what I thought it was going to. And she's like still just like kind of like shaking a little bit and like looking around. She's like, I should keep my voice down. A little bit. Is there a balcony or something? Or if we could just stay here.
I think this is about as close to privacy as we're going to get right now. You said the heir to Arma. Who exactly was it?
It was Testa. She did not do this. She did not do this. Do not think she did. I think perhaps it may have not been personal. And it may have just been a precaution. I've been villainized before, wrongfully. It's not the first time it's happened, and certainly, well, it might be the last.
I know, but I still take it personally.
I understand. I do. It's cold where I am. I'm wondering if you even should have come back. It's like I can't feel anything. Like I'm touching your skin, but I don't feel it. It feels like I'm suffocating and screaming, but water and darkness and emptiness fill my lungs. How can you suffocate on emptiness? I don't know how to fix this.
We'll figure it out. I promise. We'll figure it out. We will find wherever your body is. I don't care if I have to sell my own soul to bring you back. Whatever it is, that will do it. I'd rather these last couple of days without you have just been devastating to me.
Did you get the letter?
I did. I was wondering if this was some sort of trickery. Because the way that you had phrased things, it just didn't seem like it was you. There's no way you would have. It didn't. The timing of it just didn't feel right, and I thought that this was some cruel joke that was being played on me for some fucking reason. But that's you.
Can you roll me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Yeah. That's a 4.
Never mind.
Look, after we docked here, when I went to the house, I started thinking about what matching season is, the brutality it brings. But I still don't necessarily regret my decision for. Anyway. But I needed to know that you would be okay if something happened. So I wrote that letter before we even went to the ball, and I had given it to, George, unseen servant.
Yeah.
And I was very clear in my instructions. Please only deliver this upon my demise. But something happened while I was writing that. I think I realized a few things, and I don't know how to go about this.
Just say it.
I don't. Ignoring my love for you has been like turning the light off on a sunset night after night. And I think it's about time I enjoy the scenery. Lucy, you are my home. Not the winds, not the seas, not the estates, and not the titles. How do I come home to you, please?
Find a way, I promise.
How are we going to do this? This is worse than anything that we've ever been through.
The important thing right now is that you're here.
I don't know for how long.
It's okay. It buys us time. We'll figure it out. I will see if I can reach out to the captain and see if we can't work something out. Like I said, if worst case scenario, I'll make whatever deal in this world that I need to. I will fight whatever noble demigod, god, whatever it takes. I have no problem. If it means even just joining you in the afterlife, I'll do it. I don't care.
Absolutely not. I'll raise you back from the dead and kill you myself.
No, we can't go through this back and forth. The important thing is I want to be back with you.
Naiyale, that is the thing you hear. As you come to consciousness in your body once more, your hand in Luciano's, him saying, I want to come back to you.
I pull my hand away quickly. What do you mean? What?
Naiyale?
Yes. What? Why were you holding my hand? What do you mean you want to come back to me?
Well, this is going to sound way out there, so please forgive me. I since the ball, has something been going on with just weird memory lapses, shenanigans like that, just weird and unexplainable things?
How would you know about that?
Yes. Because what just happened. You're also going to see Luciano like a little flustered. There's going to be like this small little tear that's kind of like his his eyes are tearing up just a little bit as he's having this conversation with you. Again, this sounds out there, and forgive me for that, but I was just talking with Evie.
What do you mean?
I was legitimately just talking with Evie. It's through you somehow. I don't know if it's you're being a conduit to her, but I know Evie, and I know her, and I was just talking with her, and it seems like you don't recall this conversation, obviously with your pulling your hand back. So, that's why I ask.
3 days after the events of the ball doesn't seem long enough for people to move on. Take up the frivolity of date week, or forget the brutality that they witnessed. And yet, the entire Demigod city seems to be wrapped up in romance and flirting. It seems new and different, and as if the lives that were lost don't matter. Katrina, Valvaris, as you sit at your breakfast table in your manor, as a plethora of plates with aether-grown food are brought in by automatronic attendants, as you bask in the glory of what it means to be a demigod in the Demigod city. it seems purposeless. And as you are there with teacups and gold spoons, cakes with small, minuscule flower decorations that look like they were handmade, you look at the time, and it is well past when the GMC announcement should have rung out across the city, when the face of Phineas Revelborn should have projected itself out of your coffee table routinely, as it does every day. Today, Phineas did not wish you a good morning. And I think that is the last straw for the two of you of what in the absolute heaven, mortal land, demigod city combined is going on. I leave the scene to the two of you.
Valdoris is looking at the little flowers on the tiny little flowers on the cupcakes, just staring, disassociating almost into the flower itself. Do you think that they shrink the flowers? Or do they grow them that small on there before they put it on the food? It seems so pointless.
I think with that, Katrina just pushes herself away from the table, and she's just pacing this half-orc who's just so ready for battle, for action, for doing anything other than just sitting and drinking tea, and is just, I don't know. I have no idea where these flowers come from. I don't think that's important in any way, shape, or form.
We were told to wait. So we're waiting.
Yeah. And meanwhile, there's people who won't come home. Mortals that, we're supposed to help. No one's prepared them for arriving and then having their lives on the line. What the fuck was that?
I don't know. And then the other one, the I don't respect him enough to call him by his name. Mr. Good Morning is not on TV now either. On the broadcasts, he's where things are changing.
Good. It's about time.
I agree, but at the same time, I feel an intense sense of worry. I can't think of anything more terrifying than what has just happened. I mean, what did just happen?
I don't know. I know we heard from Orpheum that something is about to be happening. I don't know why I didn't ask him why at the time. He's supposed to be a part of setting everything up. How did he be a part and agree to that? If he's going to be a part of this, if he's got some plan or is part of some plan and has information on what we're supposed to do and when we're supposed to do it, how is he okay with that?
How can he live with himself?
Honestly.
Look, I won't pretend to understand the brain, the mind of the matchmaker, the game master of all of this anyway. Clearly there's pieces we don't understand. That doesn't stop the fact that people died. People that shouldn't have died. You could have died as well. We need to talk about that.
I was going to be fine. And if anything happened to me, I pursued being a part of the matching season. I pushed to win favor for Elgaron, for make sure that they would finally be blessed. That was my choice. Most of these people, they're not in it to win some competition, and definitely not to put their lives on the line. I knew what I was going for. So my jumping in there to protect them, most of those people didn't even know what to expect in the next few months. And much less for it to happen then. I was going to be all right. I promise.
I believe you. Every time we lurch into these situations, I worry. Not that we won't be okay and come out of it on the other side. We are fine. We will always be fine. We proved that as well. I mean, we didn't even start off as people who would have stayed together, or we don't even know, but it became after that. I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about the one day that we don't think before we act. The time that your tactics fail us, or my camouflage fails. I worry for the day that it falls apart and we are caught out irreparably.
But what if it all falls apart and we're still standing? What if, and she just places her hands on either side of your face, you can drop this illusion and just stand proudly of every scar that you wear?
I don't think I'm ready for that just yet. I put my hand up on your hand, touching my face, and the basic form of my purview drops. And what Kitty is looking at, how she has always seen Valvaris, is in front of her. He has a deep, unhealable scar all the way across his face, splitting like a fork of lightning, and it continues all the way down to his side, crossing his heart, ending at the part of his elbow that does not continue. There is no arm stretching beyond. I worry that if they see us for who we are, that their pedestal that they've put us on, our cage, will not save us from them. And I know I just don't want to. I want to risk it, and at the same time I am terrified of doing so. We are small, twinkling lights in the face of these blazing suns in terms of our cosmic age significance to them. We are paling in comparison. We've been around for just over 20 years, and we don't even know the ages of the people that are around us.
So true.
We are babies to them. But we do have, and I start thinking for a bit, we do have a connection that they don't, and we could use that.
Speaking of connections, I have been racking my brain trying to figure out how to get word to the mortals, just to say, like, hey, safe place to land. You know, hoping someone, whoever is in place to help, just trying to safely say, hey, we can help too. I haven't figured out any way to make a connection other than potentially choosing people to support like we do every year, and hoping we've chosen the correct people.
What are your thoughts? Have you got anyone in mind?
Yeah, there was a few of them. I asked you, afterwards, who you saw really moving and shaking things on the the battlefield of the ball. Just which ones were really making a difference, which ones were crossing borders of their nations, so to speak, to help each other. So there's a few. I'm hoping if that was the heart of what they were trying to do, to really help each other, that if they aren't already a part of it, that would draw them to want to be a part of it. That would make them want to help.
It very did catch my eye when there were, after the whole thing, there were lingerers who, and I love this, put on that show of you cannot scare us. That was wonderful.
Hopefully that message came across. I honestly, I'm just. That's true.
Maybe they could be people to keep an eye on.
True. Them, the healers.
Yes. Speaking of people running around, did you see anyone you recognize?
Oh, goodness. Varys. Did you know he was alive?
No. I thought he was gone. Yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you saw what happened to Fallyn, but they're together. They made it to each other. They ran off hand in hand.
It was right. Like in the before all of it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah. I'm glad he's alive.
Me too. We have good memories.
Yeah, Doris. I know, I'm never going to let you live that name down.
Look, I know I said I didn't want to hear it again, but actually now in all of this utter chaos, that is actually sort of a grounding thing for me right now. Don't spread it around. I'm fine. Much like we say Kitty, you can call me Doris. I get it.
Oh, delightful. Didn't know I needed your permission, but that's good.
I didn't think you were going to need it anyway. You were just going to call me it. I just need to express that it's not going to hurt me.
You hear a knock at your door.
Face back on.
It's not quite visiting hours, but like I said, I've been trying to let the mortals know that this is a safe place to come. So I'm gonna let the home know that they can come on in and join us for tea.
Okay, yes. I sweep my hand and I want to just clean the place up with prestidigitation to its perfect standard.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
You let the house know, and you immediately hear a grumbling from your foyer. Yes, stop it. Don't touch my coat. Get off me, stupid automatons. Katrina!
Yes, Kettlestone, we're in the dining area. Come on over and join us, unless it's urgent and you're on your way again.
Oh, no. The small individual walks into a dining room and immediately starts picking up food. Lovely weather we're having.
Indeed. I know you haven't talked with Valdoris in a while, but Valdoris, Kettlestone, we've been in contact. I think, Valdoris, you are aware that we have been for a while.
Yes, quite. That's all I've got. I will let you. You lead this, my love.
Wonderful. Kettlestone, thank you so much for this past year. We haven't gotten to touch base since last matching season, except for a few correspondence. It is wonderful to see you, and thank you, as always, for all the help that you are able to do for me.
Yes, well, the best I can do without being too involved. You know, I never liked Cerule, but you seem decent. And if Kitty likes you, then... well, I don't, but I'll make do.
I like you.
Thank you. I've come to extend an invitation, so to speak. The Eldrinese Council have decided that Eldron is far too scattered. I tend to agree. Watching everyone run for the hills at the end of the ball, instead of stand as a united front, a proud nation. Well, it brings me great shame. The senator, Silversoul, is hosting a party for the Eldrinese at the Ironspade estate, and I thought what better than to invite you, Katrina, to attend. And of course,
If I can...
Valdars.
If we can give prestige to this event, you know we are always happy to oblige.
Yes, well, prestige is one thing. Honesty and unity is more important.
I would be glad to see a united front from Eldron this season. I feel like we haven't had one, goodness, since perhaps my time.
Perhaps even before. I've been around for some time, clearly. But Eldron continues to be a nation of factions. The problem with factions is they make choices for their own, not for the entirety.
Greater good.
Yes.
Indeed.
The 12 houses of Eldron have always stood tall. But now more than ever, it's evident that there are 12 different courses of action. 12 different pathways. Motivations. We need to find a motivation as one. Weep together, work together. No? Indeed.
It should be the core of every single Eldrinese. I've been hoping that perhaps over the last 2 decades the nation would come together, but it breaks my heart to hear that it continues not only to be suffering amongst the mortal nations, but internally so as well.
Yes, yes. Did you know we're in share housing this season?
Oh, what? They put you all together? Maybe they were hoping you would all get along, and this was their last-ditch effort.
I suspect, as angry as I was when I first found out, but I suspect that it is because we do not have families, the way that Armor and Cerule do. I've watched the other contestants in these games that the demigods play. They have brothers, sisters, parents. We have politicians.
Connections. Indeed. It's tough to perfectly do away with that if it were not for the fact that anyone outside of families could participate in the matching season. I wouldn't be here. And I feel we still need to have our house of merit in some capacity open to anybody from Eldron, regardless of how families potentially are being formed, it sounds.
Yes. Well, hopefully this party helps find a course of action.
Indeed. Who are the other guests, if I may ask, besides Eldron? Are we inviting, will we be seeing other demigods, other people from the royal houses?
No. Just the Eldronese and you two.
Oh.
This is an opportunity for us to come together and unite, not to network. We need to be on the same page.
Katrina would look at Valvaris and especially on the opportunity to engage everybody on the same cause.
Couldn't hurt. No networking, though. I feel like could do a little bit if we're trying to talk to people and make sure everyone's having a good time.
Yes.
Towards the greater good and all.
Of course. No networking with the other nations, I mean. No networking for selfish gain. This is for Eldron to be one people. I think because we do not have a king or an empress, we do not have this false hierarchy that they pledge to us from the other nations. We don't have this blind following. Because we think for ourselves, it means we are more divided. Strangely. Anyway, thank you for the cupcakes. I shall be on my way.
Stop by anytime. And if there are any particular people in this matching season that you think could benefit from our support, definitely point them our way at this gathering.
I shall.
Thank you. And thank you for the invitation. We'll be happy to be there.
Best of luck with all of it. You know what I mean.
Of course.
Now, where's my coat?
Naiyale is going to think back to how she's been getting all these headaches and been waking up just seeming like she's not really been sleeping well. She's got dark circles under her eyes, and she thought it was just grief of losing someone she cared about, another person she cared about, but she's been forgetting things, and I don't want to. How can this happen? How what is happening to me?
I don't know, but I think we're, how do I put this? Again, this is going to sound incredibly out there, but I don't think Evie's gone entirely. I think she may be in this world. We're with a possibility of being able to get her back somehow. That's going to be the tricky part, is how to get her back. Do we need her body? Where's her body at? I don't know. Do I just...
Do you think she can, so she's inside of using me to communicate somehow?
Would make sense.
She was just talking.
Yes.
Do you think she can hear us now?
I don't know.
Or see me?
You might want to look in. I hate to say it, but you might want to look inward for this one. I can only tell you what I just experienced, and yeah.
That's a lot. That's
I know.
Uncomfortable.
Do you think I feel right now?
Evie just says inside the body, yeah, at least you both have bodies. That is not, that's Jenna saying that.
Just screaming inside the walls of the mine.
Yeah. Are you okay?
No, I just got a shooting pain in my head. I don't know the first thing about this sounds like a magic thing, and I don't know much about magic.
Neither do I. Evie was more of the magic user than I am. I do have my abilities. You'll see me as I kind of like make my finger, and at the tip of it will be a little flame. Like, I know little things here and there, but that's the extent of it.
Luciano, you do know 2 other individuals of your crew, however, that do know magic. Your captain, a mild amount, or Caroline.
I know this is a lot, so I totally understand that if you want to just wait and see what we come up with, I get it. But if you don't, if you want to be more involved and hopefully work something out where we can potentially get your cousin back, I know some people that we can meet up with, and hopefully we can figure things out with them. But I'll leave that up to you.
I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait. I don't like the idea of someone in my head seeing what I'm doing all the time, potentially.
It's a little weird.
Date week, and that just seems weird.
No, I understand. I tell you what, we can stay in communication, and whenever I can set up a meeting with my contacts, I'll let you know so we can have you be there.
You said Evie might know more about magic stuff, or right?
If you're able to reach out to her.
You said she was just talking to you, and the last thing I remember was really asking you to tell me about a memory you had with her, and that brought her out, maybe?
That might be connected.
Maybe we could try something like that again.
I'd be happy to. Well, there was this one time where we had completed an adventure. I won't go into specifics. There was other groups involved. There were fighting, near-death experiences. And I remember Evie, I, and the rest of the crew on the ship as we were sailing off, tired, bloodied, but just incredibly happy we were able to accomplish what we were able to. And if you ever get, I don't know if she ever got to, but she plays the violin more beautifully than I can describe.
That's how we met.
Evie, please roll me a wisdom saving throw.
$15. 15.
Okay. You come into consciousness, but you are sort of fighting for the pilot seat, is the best way I can describe this. And you both get to the forefront of Naiyale's mind. Wrestling in that moment, it feels so painful to both of you, but you are both present. When you speak, and when Naiyale speaks, it's coming out of the same body.
What's happening?
But Evie?
Naiyale, I did not plan for this. I'm so sorry.
What is happening?
I don't know, but I will explain everything I can to you. Look,
Please.
I don't have time. I don't have time. I think I know where my body is. I know where I am because I'm here talking. I'm so sorry. Yes, I think I know where my body is. Maybe we could put me back, and then
How?
haven't gotten that far yet. But perhaps the steps will present themselves when we get there.
There's
Maybe
a painful
will help.
bursting sound, Naiyale, and you cover your ears as your mind thrusts back Evie and you take control over your form once more. It is painful and you need to get out of the sunlight. Your eyes are burning. It's like you've been hit with a migraine, a devastating one of the ones that turns your stomach nauseous, and you see blurry shapes around you. You cannot stay in this ice cream parlor.
Luciano, I don't know what's happening, but it's too bright in here. Can we go somewhere else?
Yeah, absolutely. Wherever, and you'll see as like I'll get up out of the chair and kind of like help you out as well as like, AJ, from here, is there a spot that we would be able to go to that would be essentially away from the sunlight, whether it's here within the parlor or I don't know.
You could probably find another building that you could go into and turn the lights off, or you could lead Naiyale back to your home or go with Naiyale to hers.
Mm-hmm. I think you'll see Luciano take off his coat and kind of fold it up in a way to kind of like give it to where like it provides you a little bit of shade, and be like, we can either go to my home or your home, whichever one's closer to you, whatever you're more comfortable with. Whatever I can do to help. It looks like you're in a lot of pain.
I don't know your family, but Evie is mine, so let's go to my place, my house.
Okay. Alrighty, and then I will help escort you and make sure like when we all the way over to your house that you're as taken care of as possible.
When you get to the Rivulet house, Luciano, you are stopped by guards at the door.
Mm-hmm.
They let Naiyale in and they hold out a hand to you. And a voice from a very sweet old woman, as this small 3'4" tiefling woman steps out from beside one of the guards round the door. It would be vastly inappropriate for you to enter this home. For one, this is not a formal invitation to a date. And secondly, we do not entertain pirates. And she backs into the house and slams the door. Naiyale, you are dragged up the stairs by one of the attendants. These guards, members of the Rivulet house from the Lord himself, not from Ori, are cold. Striking conversation with them is hard on the best of days, but right now, the fact that you brought a man to the house has seemed to upset the lady that runs this estate. And she follows close behind, the clop of her heels quickly, with how small she is as an individual. They lead you to your room, and she says, I will send up a pot of tea. Rest. Do you need medicine?
He was just he was just a friend.
Naiyale, you are not used to how the Demigod City works. Rumors spread. Scandal can be like a flame. You simply need to light the match and all will burn, including those around you. You don't want to be the catalyst for that, do you?
As soon as the door closes, the panic sets in. You hear the lock, Fallyn, you scream, you kick, you slam, and then you stop. It's no use. The room around you, a beautiful but perfect trap. You place your hand up against the door and try and fight, try and use magic, try and call upon anything in this mortal form. And you didn't expect it to work. But your mind connects to Valvaris. You feel immediate distress, though you can't work out why. As you call to him, you remember that he cannot reply. But you can talk to him. You can help the stress. And while you speak to him calmingly, you check out the space around you. Look for everything, anything that can help. What are you searching for?
Like you said, pretty much anything that will help. This is a room that I described as something that is all too familiar to me. This is a replica of a room that is my safe haven, and it is the bedroom that Valvaris and I share in a secret home that we have that I would sneak away to over the last 2 years that we were together. And so I think the first thing I do while just I'm almost giving like a play-by-play like narrative. I'm telling Valvaris everything that just happened, everything that Otto said, everything from the time the door slammed shut, and then I tell him where I am, and I describe the room, and I say, just picture that in your mind. Picture this space, picture our home, picture the fireplace, picture all of the little wood carvings of animals that you have made, picture the window opening up and our little duck pond right outside, picture everything. And the entire time it's almost one of those feelings of like, yes, I am panicked, but the second I feel somebody else panic, I am now the level one. I am the one who I have to be in control because one of us has to be. I realize that I am still in the dress that I was wearing at the ball. Mm-hmm. And I think first point of order is I look for a change of clothes. A lot of it is just very simple, like almost like loungewear. We didn't have a reason to leave the house when we were there. So it's very just comfortable, simple. I find whatever I can, but then anything, if Valvaris, if he would have stored any weapons or something, like just something for like self-defense or protection around the room, anything I can. And I'm describing and I'm like telling him like, this is what I'm looking for. This is what I remember from the room. I'm giving just a play-by-play narrative in the calmest voice that I can.
Okay. You find some clothes. You find as well some simple leather items like armor, some braces, a corset bodice that could help if things were to turn violent. Nothing that will protect you like the armor that Valvaris wears, but enough to potentially help you in this. And yes, you described the duck pond that's outside the window and in the most
tragic sense as you open the window in this room. You do see the duck pond, but your hand cannot bypass the window itself. You cannot even hear what is outside of the window, but you do feel the sunlight and the fresh breeze. And so it feels like you aren't trapped, but you are. You also find some items in this room that are magical in nature. Nothing that would be particularly overpowering or be able to help you against your brother, but small things, small connections to this home that you had that, strangely, the Dhampton house seems to have gifted you. Aether magic works interestingly. For homes, it manifests itself to be what the people within it need, the people that are residing within it need. And since you were gifted a bedroom, the house itself has accommodated to what you need. It takes days before you even see another being. And during that time, you realize every time you stop talking to Valvaris in his mind or reading him stories from books within the space, when you return to his mind, he is more distressed than he was when you left. And so for the last day, you have not stopped talking to him until the door opens. But in order for that, you need to go back a little bit in time to explain who might be stepping through that door. A little earlier in the day, Ottilia, you delivered a message. Upon returning to the Dhampton house, having done the job needed, but being increasingly frustrated with a mortal man named Leopold, you return to find Otto and Lysander in your home, plotting, planning, making sure everything is in line. This is a delicate balance that you are all about to try and pull off.
Well, I'm back, she says, approaching the two of you. What are you doing?
I feel like Otto, I don't feel Otto entirely trusts Calidus still, because why would two sharks trust one another? But I feel like as Otto goes about his day-to-day, I feel like a chessboard has been left in the foyer, and every so often Otto just moves one of the red pieces and leaves the white.
Phineas, the last 12, 14 hours have been something entirely different. If anything, reality has somewhat shattered since speaking with Orpheum. All the new information that you were given is a lot. And you've spent time wrestling with that. In fact, you've spent so much time that you didn't go to the studio for Good Morning Castleton this morning. What is running through Phineas's mind right now?
There is this inner conflict in Phineas, the seed of which I think was planted in the conversation with Orpheum. And in learning about Orpheum's grander plans and where he has been for 21 years, Phineas is framing this reconnection with Orpheum, who he can still smell on his clothes even the next morning. And what he views to be a relatively just cause. What Orpheum is doing, he sees some merit to. But also, I think, as a child of fame and folklore, and as kind of the golden child, the one that did everything that he was told and that has been obedient and has been a mouthpiece for a really long time, he has wrestled with those two, and then lightning strikes his spine. He has this like revelation that he hasn't heard or spoken to Fallyn since the ball. He knows that Fallyn is alive, and like you said, it's been like 12, 14 hours of like complete insanity, but he has this like fevered reaction that like he has not spoken to Fallyn, and he has a bad feeling in his stomach. And as Phineas like stands up in the room that he is in, there is a stain near the door where Not Kevin knocked on the door to try to get him to come and do Good Morning Castleton, and he hurled a bottle of tequila at him, and he's going to snap his fingers to clean up not just that, but the rest of the room. And in that change, you would see the bags under his eyes disappear, the moisture that had been on his face from someone who had clearly cried their like on TV makeup out, who had been deeply and emotional in a way that he would never present to the public. And so all of this happens in an instant. The apartment is clean, the bags are gone, the tears are gone, and you would see kind of the same personality that you're used to seeing on GMC, as he knows that this is a mask he's going to need to wear to pull the strings necessary to figure this out. He has tried to attempt to get a hold of Fallyn through like normal means, and I think he's weighing just straight up going to her house.
As you start making moves to assess this, something else that is probably perpetuating that bad feeling is you didn't perform for Good Morning Castleton this morning, and there were no repercussions.
That pauses Phineas in his tracks as he racks his brain. Given the conversation that he just had with Orpheum, his immediate fear is that even though he did a lot of listening in that just even being party to what was spoken there is enough to get him on the shit list. His hope is that over, a few centuries of loyalty will override maybe some seemingly ambiguous conversation that he had. That strikes terror into him, and he immediately thinks about Fallyn again. If Fame and Folklore, if the god of Fame and Folklore, I feel like she would take offense to just being called Fame and Folklore. So the god of Fame and Folklore, if she's not here, and if I didn't do GMC, and if she hasn't sent anybody, I haven't gotten any messages or felt her presence, something is very wrong. And that feeling of surrealism that the world, after being reunited with Orpheum in particular, fell off its axis for a little bit, and it has only continued to slide. And this recognition that the god of Fame and Folklore has not, during the time since GMC was supposed to air on up till now, he's heard nothing, is only accelerating this drive to like, I need to do something, and I need to not be here where I'm at. So he is going to gather his things and is going to leave.
Okay. You head to Fallon's tower first. If Rapunzel's tower could be made of silver and gold, like a combination between a skyscraper and cottagecore fairy tales, that is what Fallon's home is. But it is empty. And the doors are locked. Regardless of how often you knock on them or pace around the space, look in through windows, try and climb. No one is there. This feeling of fear accelerates. What does Phineas do?
I think there is this, he's going to allow himself this one moment to feel his feelings. He is going to allow himself this allotted set of time here next to Fallyn's abandoned fairy tale tower. Only in the eyes, I imagine that they're like singing woodland creatures that live around like Fallyn's tower. So with only their eyes watching, and only he allows himself to feel something, and he lets loose this guttural, primal scream that you wouldn't be able to hear because there's a demigod of presentation. He is making it to where he's like containing this, and he is presenting a very composed face. But in reality, you see him scream until his voice goes ragged. He takes some deep breaths and he starts to pace. He's going to figure this out. It's just a matter of time. There's always an answer. There's always a connection. There's always somebody that could help. And Phineas gets an idea. The idea facing this alone, for once for him, this is a time where he does not want to have to kind of navigate this situation solo. Having anybody, even if it's not somebody he completely trusts, somebody that's like a proven ally, somebody with connections and the capacity to have the information necessary to find Fallyn. There's one person that I think comes to Phineas's mind. And with that, he is going to pet one of the singing woodland creatures of Fallyn's and then head over to Savita's house.
Okay. Savita, as the demigod of passion, as the seamstress extraordinaire that Savita is, what does the residence of Sense and Self look like?
The entranceway is the shop, but like a door that opens into, it's larger on the inside. There is a manner of just, if Architectural Digest of Castleton were to show up, it's ready. It's beautifully done. It's immaculate. There's a little conservatory of windows and butterflies where she and Stephanie may drink tea together. There is a library, everything full service, dinner tables. No one in sight. He doesn't trust anyone to be at home except for the automatons. That isn't her private residence, but it is her public party hostess residence.
There is this open glass rooftop. Like if you took a bird cage and turned it into glass. A conservatory meets with a beautiful lantern the size of a 3-story house, with stained glass windows that reflect colors and butterflies just flying about in the home itself. Phineas, you step forth into the store and bypass the store itself into the grander house to see this space. Where would we find Savita?
In the quietest part of the house, in a very where she actually sleeps, like an attic crawl space. It's not decorated. It's not well done. There are leftover scraps and sketches on the walls wherever she's drawn her new dresses, a mannequin with fabrics she's pinned on it. maybe like a small bed, something enough for a late night after working for too long, and something to just crawl into. That's where she would be right now. She wasn't expecting guests. So she's working.
Phineas, you were led by butterflies to this space, and it is unlike anything you've ever seen from or of Savita. What breaks the tension, the silence, as you witness this and see this version of Savita ahead of you?
I think first there is a genuine moment of appreciation. I think Phineas has a deep, abiding love for good-looking things and people that are willing to like have the upkeep, and just seeing the giant room as described, this kind of like very unique glass structure. He's taken aback by it because while he and Savita have like spoken here, this is deeper into Savita's home than he has ever been, like you said. And there's this moment of respect that he feels for Savita. He likes the idea of someone who is successfully one thing on the surface and then entirely their own underneath it. I think that's like a theme that would resonate with him. And I'm going to keep following the butterflies.
Savita is going to get out of bed. Her hair's... She has pristine curls all the time. These are brushed out. They're not tied up. They're not clean. Like, they're not good. And she's stepping onto like the bare wood. This is a very bare bones kind of room. So immediately she is going to cast up her illusion, her quick fix, as quickly as possible, and take something in her hand, a glass maybe that she has, and she's going to toss it in the air to just smash something to get through it. But she's going to just open the door. Emmy, darling, it's bright and early in the morning. Oh my goodness. Let me get you some breakfast.
Thank you so much. I just had to bring Good Morning Castleton to you personally, love. Beautiful house. I think this is my first time. And you see him like, there's a genuine look of appreciation. He's like very impressed by Savita's abode. And he doesn't verbalize it, but you would be able to see like nonverbals. He's like, yeah. Apologize for imposing.
That's 20, I don't know, AC, new collection. I promise you I have to show you that later. This art piece just got an auction. I did have to bribe a little bit, but it's beautiful, isn't it? It looks so good right here.
Scandal. I love that. He fights the urge to ask for a tour. In this moment, there's part of him that is like engaged intellectually and loves what he's seeing.
I think
she will kind of take the long way around the tea to the sitting room, as if she's just actively doing that as part of her self anyway. She's that hostess, so she'll go around and point things and come to the tea room, and she'll ask for the automatons to bring something for them to eat. It's like, how did your show go this morning? How was this? Tell me.
Yeah, about that, there unfortunately was no GMC this morning for the first time. And
ridiculous. What do you mean?
Yeah.
First time in what? How many years?
Phineas is going to let the veneer drop in this moment. And so he goes from the Phineas that you know from Good Morning Castleton, the one who just showed up and was affable, and you now see the man with the bags under his eyes. You can see that he has visibly been weeping, and he looks much more exhausted than you've ever seen him. And I think, Savita, this would be the first time that you have seen him drop the veneer, drop the facade, drop the presentation, which is a communication that like something is very, very wrong, or that the stakes are high enough to where he has done this. And he just looks at you now that you can see him beleaguered and exhausted, and you see somebody that clearly has not slept in the last 24 hours. And he is going to gesture to the 2 seats that are there. Do you mind if we have a seat?
I don't like this face on you, Phineas. Yes, of course. Yes.
He looks down at the I don't like this face on you, and he casts a sideways glass to either a mirror or a reflective surface within this, and he sees himself. He has the instinct to put it back up, to just bring back up the facade. He doesn't bring himself to do it. He wants Savita to know that, like, he is worried something, and he does not know what or why. He is just very, very paranoid after his conversation with Orpheum, and the entirety of the chessboard has changed for him. And so he doesn't put up the veneer again. When you say that, he nods, and then he's going to sit down.
As you nod and see your reflection, Phineas, being so overwhelmed with all the information and the panic, the stress, you didn't take in everything around you with Savita. Because as the demigod of presentation, seeing through others' presentations is something that you can do. And as you look at your reflection, you look at yourself and you have that instinct. And you ignore it, but you also see Savita's reflection. And you realize she also said that it's early morning. It's noon.
For me, seeing that there is a spark of empathy. This is a moment, one of those moments in your life where everything is up in the air, and it feels like whatever happens over the next short amount of time is going to be trajectory defining. Phineas looks from the reflection of Savita, seeing how she is in this moment, to the actual version, which I imagine is presenting well and kind of like smiling to him. And there is that this spark of empathy. I don't know that in you weigh in, Moz, I don't know that these two would self-describe. They're not besties, but there is certainly a level of mutual respect, and I also think that there's like a level of mutually assured destruction that has kept this relationship above water and healthy. And Savita is one of the friends that Phineas has had for the longest, and so uncharacteristically, he feels this impulse to put his hand on Savita's shoulder, and he's going to give an affirming squeeze. And this, I think, would be very confusing, because I think as the demigod, he's very about composure. He doesn't do a lot of physical touch. So this, again, might even be the first time he's ever touched you, Savita. But this is a very, like, the platonic and affirming, like, it's a nonverbal trying to communicate that I can see things have been a little bit rough for you, but I can understand why you wouldn't want to get into that. But he notes that as he sits down, and he crosses his legs and leans into Savita and says, I do have an emergency, and we'll get to that. How are you doing? I'm so rude. I come into your house, I don't even check in on how you've been lately. How are things?
If tea has been served, that little shoulder one, she'll stiffen up real quick. and they seem ready to smile, but you hear the clinking of the tea, the cup on the saucer as if it's not settled easily, and she's trying to balance it. I'm doing as every one of our wonderful brothers and sisters are probably doing on this great morning. Incredibly confused.
There have been so many.
What has happened?
Some of it. It has been an eventful 12 to 24 hours is how I would describe it. Since the ball, a lot has happened. But go on. You were going to say more.
No, I wanted to know if you... There's very little things I've built up. Very few things I've built up in the years. The gods are funny, aren't they?
A genuine laugh at the expression. They are.
What illusions have we had of power? Of what have we held for what?
I'm questioning these things as well. And there is so much happening in this one person's brain. Like, reuniting with Orpheum, what Orpheum has told him, Fallyn being missing, all of this, and the switchboard in his brain, like the CPU again, and the sea of crises happening, and the one that Savita is describing being amongst them. He remembers that Fallyn is missing. You're right. I think we have been lying to ourselves, and I think you and I might be some of the best at it. And he kind of looks down at himself, and you see him not necessarily disheveled, but he isn't presenting. And I am wondering if he can drop, and this is, you let me know, Maz and AJ, if he can drop Savita's. If he can take the illusion that she has up, the way that she is presenting, and show her real self.
That's up to Maz.
She can, but she may be angry about it.
He figures.
Not that they would do anything. It's just... It's a well done makeup, and you're asking to wipe it off.
Phineas looks across the table at Savita with an earnest look in his eyes. And Savita, I think you would feel that this is the most forthright or honest that Phineas has been with you. You can see that the presentation that you're sort of used to is not up right now. This is the time, Savita, I think, for cards on the table. And he snaps, and with that snap, Savita's visage kind of disappears, and these two exhausted, emotionally tortured demigods sit in their actual appearances across the table from each other. And Phineas looks at Savita again with a look of empathy and earnestness, basically showing I know that you are lying. This is the time. And I understand that this hasn't happened in a millennia, but now is the time for honesty. And so as he snaps and does that, he pauses because he's assuming that Savita may not be the happiest about it.
The Savita will pull out the stagger that's the shape of a needle and just stab it onto the table. Out in my own home! Fine. You've come here. For what reason? Phineas,
Fallyn is missing, Sarita. And this is...
And?
The world feels like it's upside down. I mean, there's a lot, Sarita, and I trust you more than I trust most people, which is saying a lot because I don't fucking trust anybody. But things are changing. You mentioned the illusion that we've had over the past millennia. You're exactly right. And the reason why he gestures to himself and then gestures to her, have put us here in our natural forms is because playing pretend will not solve this problem. If we are going to deal with what I think is an increasingly growing source of conflict, we're going to need to traffic in reality. And that's me. He points to himself and posts just saying this. I am here. I am vulnerable. I have dropped my mask before you and taken yours away in an effort and in a gesture to show you that even though we have played our games and even though we have had our differences over the millennia, I need your help, Sarita. He's going to snap and bring her visage back. Whichever version of yourself you'd like to present is your prerogative. But either way, we need to work together. This is a time for alliances.
All right. I gave an invitation to Lady Mirella. Where's Ottilia?
Elsewhere, for now. How went your diplomatic trip to Eldron?
It could have been better. That's just saying it lightly. However, Othilia's note made it to Lady Mirella, and Lady Mirella's on board with taking in our guests.
Otto just taking up your hand, Ottilia, just brings it up and just kisses it and just brings you in for a small embrace and just holding you close, just, I'm sorry. It's so frustrating when they misbehave.
She just smiles. Would pull away, almost holding your shoulders still. And then kind of tapping your face. We're fine. On to other things. Okay. Have you talked to your sister?
Not as of yet. Leaving her to stew, but what does the day hold in store, my darling sister? And he just gives a small glance across to Calidus, like, why are you here?
I think walking away from Otto a little bit, Ottilia would dance her fingers from one side of your shoulders to the next before coming around to you. To almost loop her arm with yours and look back up at Otto. Well, we have a guest arriving soon to discuss, and she's going to look up at Calidus. Basically, who's going to stay in your place?
Eldron.
Yeah. So Lady Mirella will be here soon. And maybe our friends can be uncaged.
Should I stay here for that? Meet her? No, there's maybe going to be a shindig in Eldron going on with all these silly parties. There's apparently a pool party masquerade going on in Cerule.
There is a masquerade ball, yes. But, and immediately turning to you, Ottilia, and his mood lightening a little. What do you need from me?
Just convince Fallyn of the plan. And we can proceed from there.
That I can do.
I know.
And as for you, Calidus, What is your part?
To help you three in any way I can. Maybe one of you more than the other, but we're all friends here, aren't we?
It's your move.
I'll put a top hat on before I do it.
I think
Right.
Otto just looks at you, Ottilia, and just nodding, just begins to head upstairs.
Okay.
Our eyes would follow you.
As you do, you hear the sound of the solar circle beginning to manifest itself in the center of your foyer. As Lady Mirella steps forth.
She would release Calidus much faster than Lady Mirella could
Immediately
appear.
back away.
Yeah, just hands together in front of her. Ah, welcome. I'm glad that you made it in one piece. Not that anybody has not arrived in one piece. I just like saying that joke.
Charming. What is it exactly you're wanting me to do here? I know that I'm supposed to meet someone. Are they here yet?
Yes, they are.
All right.
But first, and she's going to give a grand gesture over to some seating, you should take a seat. We can discuss a little bit more. Lysander, thank you so much for stopping by. We'll talk
I
again.
hope you like that tea. Yeah, okay, great. Mirella, was it?
Lady Mirella, yes.
Lady Mirella, nice to meet you.
It's wonderful to meet
Yeah,
you.
I'm sure we'll talk soon.
Of course.
Bye. Such an unlucky mortal, huh? All right. And she would glide over to you and sit across from you in another chair, leaning forward a little bit. So currently, Otto, I told you about him, is talking to one of the potentials. And I don't want to leave you alone for too long, just in case you get uncomfortable. But then I will go snag our second one.
So it will be myself, Otto, and...
I can't remember who he brought.
I would
He has
imagine
tons
it's
of
one of the
friends.
two from the letter, no?
All right, yes. I always forget what Othello has told you. That one. It would be Fallyn.
All right.
The one shot down.
Of course.
AKA everything taken away.
All right. Well,
All right.
I will not be...
Well, do you have any
bothered.
questions about the deal? We couldn't quite talk as openly
Oh,
in your home.
I suppose. I think that the terms of the agreement are fairly straightforward. My intention is to bring the two of them into my own home for a number of reasons, and that will allow them to participate in the matching season, and then undoubtedly, I think that there is no one else whose love story could even remotely compare to the two of them. So they will win.
I completely agree.
And that is all that matters.
Beautiful. Othello is very clear and direct with their letters. So I'm glad that that was all given to you.
Yes.
I must leave you. I am going to go and fetch the second of that letter. She says, getting up and gesturing to any of the food. That cornucopia is there once more. It's fresh. It's everything that you love. Help yourself. And she heads toward the staircase.
Okay. As you begin to head down the staircase, Mirella, you take in this estate. And you took in where she gestured that Fallyn might be, which would be up the stairs. Do you stay in the lounge room with the food and drink?
Almost certainly not. I think that left to her own devices, she, especially because like there was something about that conversation that she was a little. I mean, she trusts Ottilia as much as actually probably more than Othello because she knows that Othello is a little bit conniving and in their last interaction with one another, like Ottilia was like very straightforward. And so she's a little not caught off guard, but surprised by Ottilia's sort of like dotting around nature. This is more of what she expected from her. So she is a little suspicious of just kind of everything in general. Not in like there's something untoward going on, but it's rare that you would have unfettered access to a demigod's estate. So she's definitely going to be poking around.
Okay. As you head up the stairs, you are greeted at the same time by who you can only assume is Otto, given that he stands almost as a very similar replicate of Ottilia, pale, light hair, dressed in white and red, holding a journal, seemingly walking in the direction that you, as a very observant person, would know that perhaps the individual you were here to talk to might be in. There seems like a purposeful walk had been interrupted by you climbing the staircase.
My apologies, I did not mean to interrupt.
My Lady Mirella, how are you?
Otto, I presume, and she kind of extends her hand to you.
You presume correctly. And he just reaches out and kisses your hand and... How are you? I hope your journey wasn't too, cumbersome.
No, the city itself has been quite accommodating. The snow was a wonderful surprise this morning.
Sorry, snow would be a different day. This was 3 days before.
Oh, I thought that this was on the day of the party. Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, I thought that was happening later tonight.
If that was the same day, then Fallon's been in this state for 6 days. So this is
I understand.
the
Okay,
same
so
day
that's
that you
later.
got the letter. Yeah.
Gotcha. So this same day. Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
that's all good. Go back. So
very confusing.
Yep. So she would say, have been the city is quite accommodating. We have been keeping mostly to our own estate, as there's just a bit of wariness in the air after the events of the ball, and I have been beginning my preparations for a party soon. So how has your time been?
It has been difficult. The matching season is always... It is hard to see so much conflict. And especially these latest ones, everything is an upheaval. Things are uncertain. For us as much as for you, I imagine.
It is refreshing to hear from a demigod who is not so excited about the violence of the season.
No.
I find it rather distasteful myself.
Well, in that, my dear Lady Mirella, we are in agreement. Will you walk with me?
Of course. And she would kind of like thread her arm through his.
So, I will go wake our guest. She has a tendency to sleep in, but if you do not mind waiting.
Is there anything that I should know about her current state or the circumstances in which she is staying here?
Well, as you can imagine, given recent developments, especially regarding fame and folklore, she is reeling. They both are. It is a shame, I feel, for love. So passionate and so natural to be judged in so harsher terms. Understandably, she has been wanting time alone, which we have been offering and facilitating.
That is very kind of you.
Kindness has nothing to do with it. It is simply wanting people to be happy, which I don't feel should be such a foreign concept for anyone within the matching season.
Of course.
Could I get Otto to please roll me deception and Lady Mirella insight? 100%.
Absolutely.
This is nothing but lies.
Who, baby?
Is this Mirella rolling deception, or not deception, insight against every sibling?
Yeah, are you kidding me? And I rolled real well, babe.
Okay.
That's 25.
That, for me, is a... Let me just do the maths. There's a 29.
Oh, it's so dirty. Oh, that sucks.
So close. So close.
So deceptive.
I could have only beat that on a crit.
Yep. Mirella, I don't think your suspicions have eased with this family. However, you do take what Otto has said at face value.
Yeah, of course. I think that she is like, yeah, those are definitely your values. I definitely believe that. What you're doing with them, I don't know, but like...
Mm-hmm. As you get closer to the room, Mirella, I think it's obvious that regardless of what's going on with these siblings, you need to make sure that whatever you are instilling is going to be correct for you. That doesn't mean that you are disagreeing with their choices and or doubting what they are saying. But I think in your mind, having a plain conversation one-on-one with someone you're about to adopt into your house is crucial before signing or agreeing to any terms and conditions that the Dhampton family have presented.
100%.
But Otto is not leaving your side. It seems as though if you go into this room, Otto will be joining you.
Oh, okay. I thought that he was like opening the door and I was like, okay, great, goodbye.
Doesn't seem to be.
So yeah, at the door then, she would almost like, I think, sheepishly smile, and look to him and say,
while I do appreciate the company, I believe that the efforts for what we're all working towards would be better served by me discussing the details of our agreement with Fallyn alone.
Of course. I just, a request.
Of course.
Treat her with kindness, please. She's been through so much.
I would never dream of treating her otherwise.
He just reaches down and, opening the door and revealing this beautiful room full of books, and you can see sights without, duck ponds and rolling fields. But as Otto opens the door and sees Fallyn inside, he is going to use Awakened Mind, in which he can telepathically speak to any creature he can see within 30 feet. And looking at you, Fallyn, you just hear a voice in your head. If you tell her anything, if you reveal that you are here against your will, I will gut your lover like a fish. Please. She's waiting.
Phineas, everything we saw on that floor means that the only thing that is assured of us is our own survival. That's it. And if we're not, I don't believe you're a careless person. I'm not either. Love and fondness for people not only harms our lives, correct? So if I were to go find dear Fallyn, that risks myself. And I'm not as careless. I'm not careless. Are you?
Why would finding Fallyn be a risk to you? If anything, I was going to suggest, and frankly, since we are now in our honesty era, I was going to kind of lord it over you that you owe Fallyn this for what you and I both know, if we abandon pretense, happened. But why would finding Fallyn put heat on you?
You don't know, Phineas. Your sister's mortal. I watched it myself.
Phineas stands up silently and walks to one side of the room. You saw this happen?
Right on the floor. There's more at risk if I were to go searching for her myself.
Finding Fallyn is my top and only priority right now. If she is mortal, I need to know where she's at. He's gonna walk to, and turn his back. He's gonna give you his back. He's made this pledge to be a little bit more forthright, but this reaction is something he is having in private in the corner. And because his veneer has dropped for Savannah, you would see the kind of silent shoulder jabs of someone who is crying a lot harder than they would like for someone to see. The lizard part, the reptile part of Phineas's brain is now driving. He snaps, and all of the visage is back. The tears that you know definitively that he was just crying are gone. Okay, we can work with this. This is something that we can work with. All we got to do is find Fallyn. We find her. Everything is going to be fine. There may even be like a story in this, right? Like there's some way to spin this. And what we need to do, and he is going to go over to Savannah, and he has a complete shift in energy. He's going to put both of his hands on the table as Savannah is like playing with the dagger. Okay. You said you know somebody. Let's get a hold of that person, and just maybe like throw some lines out there and see if we catch anything. Fallyn's gonna be fine. She's 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 gonna be fine.
Mirella, you step forth into the room, and the door closes behind you to give you privacy for the two of you. Fallyn, this is the first person, well, aside from Otto, that you have seen in 3 days.
Fallon's just sitting on the bed. She's just has a book. She doesn't even look up when Otto says anything. Or like when she hears that voice, she as best as I possibly can, I just don't react. I want to, if I can keep my head down, eyes on the book, because I have been like reading this story to Valvaris and I've just been in my own head, and then I hear that interrupt what I've been doing, and I think it just it's kind of just one of those things of like, wait for it to pass, okay, he's gone, okay, back to this. And something that I think that I've been doing this whole time is, once I learned that every time I leave and when I come back, Valvaris is back in that like panic state. If I have to leave for any reason, I send like some kind of warning of like, 5 minutes, a couple of minutes, something. And over this time, this duck pond, we have so much like backstory talking about this duck pond. We've named all of the ducks. And so what I will do is have him just remember all of the names of the ducks, just list all of their names, over and over and over again. And so as long as you focus on that, keep going through that list, focus on this, and I will come back and I will return. Just do that to try and keep yourself calm. Hold on to this voice, hold on to me saying, just one moment, I love you, I will be back. And then I go. So just listing the ducks. So as soon as that just is jarring and just interrupting me immediately, wait for him to leave. As soon as he leaves, I say, list the ducks, I will return, I love you. And then I close it, and I've just had my face in this book, and so I just kind of look up and just, hello.
Hello, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to intrude. What are you reading?
A storybook. It's a story that I wrote many years ago.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I would write quite a bit. And I'm gonna close the Fables, and I look up and I say, I wasn't told that I would be receiving any guests. No one was calling from. Have we met?
No, and she kind of is a little surprised to hear that. And sort of like looks back at the door. Do you mind if I come in? And she's sort of been like standing in the entryway.
Please. And now I'm like, okay, now I get up and I gesture to one of the chairs that's in front of the fireplace. So please, yes, my name is Fallyn, and you are?
Fallyn, wonderful to meet you. I'm Mirella, and she would extend a hand and do like a clasp around it.
Oh, yeah.
My apologies. I did not know that you were not informed. I have been discussing a matter with the triplets, and I actually had a proposition for you and for your lover Valvaris.
Yes. Have you seen him? Is he going to be joining us for this conversation?
I have not had the pleasure of meeting him, but I do believe that one of them mentioned bringing him here soon.
Oh, good. We should wait for him then.
I think that we need to discuss the matters at hand to see if this is anything that you are even remotely interested in before wasting his time. I think that he will be meeting us later.
Respectfully, we make our decisions together. I think it's best that I wait for him.
May I be frank?
Please?
I do not believe that either of them intend to bring him here until we have had this conversation.
Well, say what you must.
I do not mean to overstep. I do not know the nature of your relationship. I've only just met Ottilia and Otto myself. I'm more familiar with their sister.
I see. Well, by all means, please say what you will. I'm more than happy to hear what exactly it is that you are proposing. But any decisions will be made with him. So.
100%. No, of course. I would not dare to think that you would make this decision on your own, particularly as it pertains to the both of you. And I do not expect an answer immediately either. I would like to make that clear. I will present the information to you, the two of you can discuss, and then you can get back to me.
Can I be telling Valvaris this play-by-play narrative? Can I tap in and be telling him this, like what's happening in this conversation as it's happening?
Of course. Well, in between talking, yes.
Yeah.
Mirella would sit and kind of like look at you. She's a very like warm smile, warm disposition the entire time she's regarding you. She is trying to make a good impression. She does not know the whole situation, so she's just like, hey.
Fallyn doesn't look phased. She looks like she's like, I'm happy to have a conversation. This is absolutely, I'm very open to making new friends. So she's very much, yeah. I think if I have like any kind of like tea or anything like with me, I'm like, oh, would you like a beverage? Would you like anything? I'm sorry. Again, I wasn't aware, so I didn't have time to prepare anything for you.
That's fine. I appreciate the offer, but please sit. Do not worry yourself. So, I suppose I will just get straight to it. As I said, I've been discussing the possibility of this plan with the triplets. Aspects of it are my own, but I would like to extend to the both of you the opportunity to join the one of the noble houses of Eldron in order for the two of you to participate in the matching season.
In Eldron, that is surprising. I appreciate the offer. Can I ask why?
Well, I am one of the council members from Eldron, and we are going through a number of efforts to unite the nation and to at least try to ensure that Eldron can receive some of the much-deserved benefits from the matching season this time around. I also, personally, find the situation that the two of you have been put in and dragged through over these last few years, as it's been publicized, to be quite appalling. And I think that the two of you deserve a place to simply be. As the head of House Ironspade, I would like to propose that the two of you join my house.
Fallyn, this has never occurred to you. For one, we're never discussing ideas of running away, of leaving the Demigod City. It was always to your home in Serul. But knowing that any display at the ball 3 days ago might have ruined that chance, the only thing you've been doing is surviving hour to hour, minute to minute. The idea that someone not only would give you a place to live, a place to actually be with Valvaris, and not only that, give you the opportunity to fight the system, to win the matching season, to prove to your mother that you two are the perfect match. None of that was even a possibility in your mind.
Fallyn feels all of that and she thinks all of that. And the truth is she does agree that she would love to see Eldron have just as much accolades and opportunity as Arma and Cerule. The part that catches her is the fact that Mirella is clearly working with the triplets in some way, or that they were the ones who brought her here for this offer.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what sticks to her. I'm going to cast Detect Thoughts.
Okay.
If I can. And I'm not going to go any deeper. I'm not going to push for deeper thoughts, just surface level. But I would like to make an insight check to see if I have to get deeper if I have to see if there's anything, if I can do some kind of check to be like, okay, are you just, if you are thinking anything with any kind of intention of be as normal as possible, basically. Like, if you're thinking hey, stick to this plan. So that's,
Roll me an
could,
insight
that's
check.
what I would do.
And Mirella, if you could let us know what your surface thoughts are.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, do you make any attempt to hide the fact that you're casting a spell?
I think it would just be a moment of I think I don't know if I would try and hide it, huh?
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. I think it would kind of be like she's trying to pass it off as if you can tell that I'm doing it, then you can, but I'm going to play it off like this is normal, and I'm just trying to check to make sure that your intentions are truly in our favor, are truly the way that you say them.
Then Mirella, I think as a magic user, you would pick up that magic is being cast.
Okay. Do I recognize the spell? From a magic boy perspective?
Do you know the spell?
I do not know it. No, I checked.
Then you wouldn't recognize it necessarily.
Okay.
Also, that was a 24 for my insight check.
Okay.
So in terms of an insight thing, Morella's not lying to you. She is being incredibly forthcoming. She picks her words very carefully. I think that is something that is abundantly clear. But even on her surface thoughts, they would really honestly just be about this situation. And she's not even actually thinking about the triplets. She kind of is mentioning them because she's yeah, we're connected through this thing, obviously. But the way she's actually thinking about it is far more about her house and Eldron and the two of you being in a better situation. She's this is a business deal first and foremost, and it's a great offer for the two of them, and she would be a fool not to take it.
Mm-hmm.
I think I do just take a sip because I needed that. But just set her tea down and just say, I appreciate the offer, truly. I something like this never crossed my mind. And when Valvaris arrives, we will give you our answer.
Of course. As I mentioned previously, I do not expect you to make this decision right away. The two of you, granted, the matching season will be continuing, so there is a bit of a time crunch on it, unfortunately, but take as much time reasonably as you need to think over the details of it. There are some implications in regards to being brought into my house. Currently, the only other member of House Ironspade is my younger sister. The two of you, one of
your set would be responsible for entering into the political aspect of the family, being some kind of representation of House Ironspade and its interests. That is another aspect to this that is worth giving thought. That is not something to take on lightly. But it does afford you a modicum of power and control over the goings-ons of the nation of Eldron. So, again, important to discuss.
Yes.
My love.
Yes.
Company
What is it?
soon.
Did you receive a calling card?
Not exactly, but sometimes you just have a feeling or know. I think they'll be here soon, though.
As if on
You know
cue,
who?
the door opens downstairs.
That would be them.
Knock, knock.
Hello.
Savita's here?
Yes.
Savita, darling. Katrina would make her way to the foyer and then be a little taken aback. Phineas, I don't believe you've
Sorry,
ever
I brought
dropped
a friend.
by. Yeah,
Mhm.
yes.
I hope I'm not
Phineas is
imposing.
here.
Great to see
No,
you
not
both.
at all.
Both of
And
you here.
bring them into the drawing room.
Both of them here.
Yes.
I imagine there's like this
Um,
moment of that like awkward crosstalk for like a minute or two where everybody's like, "Oh hi, you're
Hugs.
The drawing room is filled
fabulous.
with afternoon tea, cakes, and biscuits.
These look amazing. Let me just
please help
pour
yourself.
myself one.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Phineas, I don't know if your particular favorite drink of choice is here, but you are someone we do kind of have a, in case you ever dropped by. And Katrina would just get an automaton's attention because we always want to be able to greet any guest. And there is a special shelf of drinks that potentially we might have gotten a little special code from one of your assistants. Oh, he's such a pleasant little boy. Seriously, he's just trying to earn your favor so much. Anyways, any of these look up to your specification?
Yes, actually, all of these are fantastic. And first of all, thank you so much for your hospitality. It is so. And he looks at Valvaris and to Katrina. I was floored by the way that you two played matching season. Truly, you have set a high bar. And as Phineas changes his glass from Katrina to Valvaris, he uses his purview and he realizes in this moment, because these two have like met before, but they have not like interacted extensively. He picks up on the fact that while he can see past Valdoris's current veneer, Valdoris can also see past his. And the Phineas behind the veneer is the one that was just uncontrollably sobbing in Savita's house. And so for a moment, I would think it's almost like seeing, like we're both naked for a second, like seeing the other person. Valdoris, it is good to see you. You see him trying to adjust because he knows that you can kind of see behind that. It's so good to see you.
With a passive 17 on the insight, am I picking up that it's going both ways and the discomfort in that?
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
Savita, no.
No, you
That they could also.
No.
There's a moment of like the barrier drops between the two of them. I can imagine, and Valdoris's face also sinks a little bit rather than the clear demeanor that you always see him with. If you're out in public, you will always see like the chipper smile, the attitude, and it almost uncontrollably drops. And as he squints and looks back without breaking eye contact with Phineas, he will look him up and down at the same time. It's good to see you too. What brings you to our humble home?
Phineas looks to
That's
Savita.
a good question. If Valdoris could see Savita, actually, I'm guessing they're in this, like, they came dressed, but actually it's like this copper toned furry bathrobe, and it's like her like just like keep stirring her teacup like like just deep breaths, like, but like as if she went up the stairs really fast and pretending she's actually not breathing heavily, so she's like
Savita, safe space here. Have some tea. Do you need anything from us?
Oh, wait, I'm good. This looks delicious. We have a bit of as my dear siblings, I wanted to, leave space and all.
Always.
What do you need?
She shows both of you, and definitely Kitty, like that, like, oh my goodness, my siblings. Phineas is in search of their sister, and this is of dire need. I am fast in many things, very talented, but I think with what we've seen at the ball, it would be quite risky for just one of us to start searching for a now mortal.
Yes. I wasn't sure how much I was there. I saw it happen, just her presence just change. I told Valdoris, but I wasn't sure how much anyone else had picked up on it.
What did she look like? What did she say?
I mean, she was pretty taken aback. I was just relieved that she and Valvaris, they found each other again, and he took her by the hand. I assume they've been laying low, and he took her to safety somewhere. We don't have any word from someone else that might. Perhaps someone from Cerule. Valdoris, would he go? Would he have any connections there still?
It's hard. I don't know, because we only the ball
thought he was
the
dead.
first time.
Yes, wasn't he?
Valvaris is alive, is what you're telling me?
Yes,
right
they ran
now
off.
that he lives
together.
He's alive. They are connected. They ran off together.
I mean, to us, it was not important. My understanding was they went missing. They stripped the title, and a new was appointed. But
yes,
that doesn't explain why they're suddenly back,
or where he's been.
Well, it could be we might now know where they've been, or at least the activity of such.
Phineas turns and looks Valdoris and Katrina in the eye in turn. Tell me about this Valvaris, because I've heard a lot. I've heard many a thing, a lot of it glowing from Fallyn, but maybe like an objective opinion. Who is this man?
I mean, he was the one that Valdoris sponsored 3 years ago at the matching season.
Yeah.
Oh,
wonderful to work with. Honestly, they did fairly well, but they seemed fairly uninterested in a lot of what I was trying to guide them through at the time. It seemed that their mind sat elsewhere.
His heart.
Yes.
They didn't know Fallyn then.
It's hard to tell, but
there were
keys are
signs that
turning.
yes. We assumed that there was somebody else that he cared for, and we put 2 and 2 together when the Tom talk came out.
They also
I want to say I do know who he is, but I'm asking you who verbal Italices he is. What kind of man is this that is suiting my sister? Clearly you have some positive things to say, but I got to be honest, not the biggest fan. This man was the catalyst for Fallyn's entire unraveling, from her removal for society from a year. And he better be, in your telling and in your explanations, a man worthy of that. One who has got a lot of fucking making up to do for what he did to my sister. So when I ask you who he is, I do know.
I mean, first
who
question.
He is. I'm asking you about his character.
First question back to you. Have you ever been in such enthralled love with someone? The heart will make decisions that seem illogical. I mean, we did. Many times. Have you...
Valvaris was in love. That was the one thing we were certain of. We just didn't know who with.
And they never declared a match of their own during my mentorship. But all of the gears are starting to turn that there may have been something else going on, and now there is evidence to put that forward.
So she is attacked, saved, turned mortal, reunited with the verbal air quotes love of her life, and she flees. Is there any other information that you have about what happened at the ball or about their relationship prior? And to answer your question, Valdoris, no, I've never experienced that.
Never? Deception check.
Okay.
I am good at lying, I will say that. I mean, this is like a very, very good liar.
Okay, well,
Vada's just stacking cakes.
Are we going off passive insight or are we going off active?
You can active.
Oh, cool.
Check that if you want.
Apologies about that. I had every dice but my d20. Okay, here we go.
All right, is there anything there?
Okay, that is a 16.
All right. I only got an 11. However, if I'm sensing anything is up, which in Valdoris's perception before I saw all of this going on, Valdoris's perception of Phineas, Savita, anyone that is in the same position as him, a performer, a presenter, is a red flag. So, just to gain a little bit of an edge, I would like to cast Silvery Barbs with the verbal component of, now be honest, and you will have disadvantage on the roll as a result. And I'm going to give advantage to Katrina for the next minute.
Oh my goodness. And what save am I doing for this?
So it's deception again, but you.
Oh, it's just deception again?
Yeah.
Now.
You have to take the lowest roll.
Which then means I'm going to be picking up on Valdoris's cue and be like, I'm also going to use my own insight here.
And you now have advantage.
It was a natural 1, but I do have so it's 7 in total, but I did roll a 1.
You probably don't need to roll yours then, Kitty.
I'm at advantage, honey. It was a 19 insight.
Oh no.
These two,
We know.
they know everything about love, and when you say that you haven't experienced that or you haven't made choices based on love, it's written on your face, your face that you can't hide from Valvaris, that you have indeed made a choice for love in the last 12 hours alone.
Seeing that immediately, I'll turn to Kitty with like a knowing nod. Phineas, no judgment. And we say this to Savita every time she comes here. In fact, everybody who comes here. This is a safe place. We want to be cordial. We want to be on the same field. It's okay.
Love is pretty powerful.
What I will say is that I have watched Fallyn grow up since she was a child, since she was my little purple weirdo. And I have related to Fallyn more in the last 12 hours than I have in the last millennia. So I understand why she has made some of the decisions she made. I don't agree with them. I still think they are dumb, and I've told her expressively that she needs to get her collective shit together in a way that only a big brother can. So, yes, Valvaris, I may have some familiarity with what Fallyn has been going through in her frame of mind. But that's exactly, and he looks and leans in a little bit more serious at this, why we need to find her. Fallyn is not necessarily known for making the best choices under duress, in particular when love. And it's a beautiful thing. She wants to see the best in everybody. She sees all of our lives as this intricate tapestry, and each of us is a thread interwoven in it. And it's one of my favorite things about her, but it has led her to near demise more times than I can count. And this time, my little sister is mortal, which means that any asshole in this castle or elsewise could hurt her in a way that I can't comprehend. So yes, to answer your question, I get it. I understand why I don't agree with it. And I plan on telling her that once we rescue her and she's safe. But I need to find my sister. That is the only thing on my mind right now. Every other fire in the ton can wait for now. We need to find Fallyn, and then I am a man of my word, and I also know that I am imposing a bit. So certainly, I would be willing to find a way to repay the favor if you were to help me locate and save Fallyn. But if, and only if, you are able to do that.
Katrina, are you on the same page? Consider it a mortal thanks. You don't need to pay us back for any of this. We don't need to be transactional about it.
And
Amos does not
Kitty
understand this. He's like, okay.
We move across as this play-by-play is being relayed to Valvaris. A sound outside of your vision that is obscured from where you are lets you know that you are no longer alone in this space. Ottilia, you step forward, seeing the bars, seeing Valvaris sitting within them. And you also see
As it lights up.
Lysander standing off to the side, overwatching, just casually.
Is it a show now?
Just don't think your brother likes me that much. Such a
Oh,
shame.
come on. You've said that in the last 3 days. You barely know one another.
I'll step a
To be
bit
fair,
closer.
you've both been hiding from one another.
We're
She
just
doesn't
two
know.
cats. Do you think it's because... I'll take another step closer. We're getting too close?
Oh, it's absolutely that. He's greedy. Of
Hmm.
course he's upset.
You should
So
know.
be careful.
I just have a heart full of envy.
You're such a charmer.
So I've been told.
I have to
Yes.
deal with
Your
this.
sinister thing.
I'll deal with you
Hopefully,
later, she says, placing her hand on your chest and almost gently pushing you away. But until then,
I'll
let me work.
Of course. When I leave, I'm going to try and sneakily go by our chess set, and I'm going to try and, well, hopefully Otto's not around. I'm going to steal the Red Queen and just take it with me.
Wonderful. You do so.
And slow circle.
Horrible. All right. And now that he has left, she would watch him leave until his steps are unheard. Before turning to Valvaris, I assume that the cell that you've been in is quite a mess. It's not that you've wanted it that way, but it's been driving you mad. These different visions that have been happening. And although I don't know about the in-between reprieve, I assume that you're about to have the best reprieve. And she just flicks her hand, and those visions go away. You can think clearly to an extent. It's been a lot. All right. How are we feeling? Great.
I'm fine.
Good. Didn't want to damage you too much. I have an opportunity for you. And she's leaning on the bars, almost like into them. A top bar her arms are sitting on as she's leaning through and then grasping her hands around one of them. And I don't think you want to refuse me. I mean, you've already dealt with a good portion of it. But also, even if you try to betray me, the visions that you saw of Fallyn will become very real in front of your eyes. Do you understand me?
I understand.
Good. I'm glad. Now, basically, we're going to ship you off to Eldron. You're going to do what you have to do with Lady Mirella. So you'll get some titles. It'll be great for you, and you'll get to be with Fallyn. Sound lovely?
Whatever you need.
Oh, music to my ears. As she, once again, just kind of flicks her hand, and this lock unlocks itself. And it dissipates, the lock itself, as this door opens. And as it opens, on the ground in front of you, you would then see, almost in reverse order, the condensation of the air coming together, forming this coagulated, mucky substance, elongating, becoming more solid as that blade that she had taken from you returns. Can I trust you to take up the blade this time and keep your word?
I will do as you command.
Yes, you will, she says, looking down at this. Now pick it up and let's go.
Valvaris pauses for just a moment. He looks at the sword, and he closes his eyes as if he is recalling obviously something terrible. And then his eyes shoot open. He bends down. He takes the sword. Well, shall we?
Let me actually clean you up. And she would just cast Prestidigitation. You look so much more well put together. Your hair back in place. Anything that was dirtied or scuffed is now shining like new. Any tattered pieces are sewn back, crisp lines. Beautiful. And she would dust off your shoulders. No, just follow me. Back up the same way. And she turns and begins gliding back to the stairs to go upward.
Wonderful. At the same time, Mirella and Fallyn, the door opens once again to Fallon's room. Otto, you gesture for them to join you. It's time to have this meeting. Hopefully Fallyn doesn't misbehave.
Would you like to come down? I've organized a spread of food. Duck.
Sounds wonderful. Mirella gets up because she doesn't know.
Doesn't say a word, doesn't even look at you, is looking at Mirella and just for her to get up first before following her.
Okay.
How are you, Fallyn? Has your stay been helpful?
Doesn't say a word, just keeps walking.
Ooh, interesting. Ooh, clock that. Okay.
All right.
I'd say once again, just in the back of your mind, Fallyn, you see a flash, not of a word this time, but of a corpse strung up. As you see Valvaris just hanging, entrails falling down from the ceiling. A reminder.
The group of
I'm
you
gonna roll something really quick.
Go for it.
I trip a little bit and I try and pass it off like I've just stepped on my skirt a little bit, and I just, quickly.
I think Mirella would kind of
move
put
it,
an arm out,
shuffle myself a little bit
to grab your elbow and just be like, "Oh, are you all right?"
Yeah, I grab your arm, hands shaking a little bit when I grab it, but I quickly pull back and yes, sorry, I'm a bit clumsy sometimes. I just tripped, and just keeps walking.
Okay. The five of you meet in the dining room. A feast is presented itself. Nothing obvious. There's no full duck displayed in the center of the table, as much as that might have been the vision Fallyn was thinking. It is so subtle, which almost makes it worse.
I want to say that as y'all came down, I would have had Valvaris seated in a chair, and she just kind of stood behind him. And as you would approach, she almost grabs his shoulder and squeezes it a little bit, and puts a little message in his mind of, behave, before loosening her grip and putting her hands behind her back. Oh good, the entire party's here. Now we can also eat. Did something happen? You're all very quiet.
Mirella would come into the room and sort of acknowledge Ottilia and just be like, "Oh, sorry, did not want to interrupt." And would go up to Valvaris and kind of extend a hand and be like, "Wonderful to meet you. My name is Mirella."
Ottilia is looking at you, Valvaris. You can feel
Valvaris has been staring off into the middle space a little bit for the past, probably since they approached into the middle of the room, and then Mirella walks up to him, and there is a certain shift from the saddened man that has existed for the past 3 days, and suddenly it goes from sad boy sword fighter Valvaris to just this shift to the former Marquis of Mistmoor. And he looks up to Lady Mirella and he says, "Lady Mirella, it is a joy to see you. It is my pleasure to meet you. I am so excited that you've been invited here. The Dhamptons have been nothing but the most cordial hosts. Their food is wonderful. Ottilia's company is fantastic, and I have nothing but their praises to speak. I hope that we can all become incredibly close.
Happy to hear that. And she kind of like gestures to the food and says, "Shall we all dine?"
Of course. Fallyn, there's a seat right here next to Valvaris. She pulls out a chair, if you would like.
She's already made like a beeline for at least to sit next to him. Just is like, and gets there as soon as you pull the chair out. And
beautiful.
Thank you so much. Let me just sit.
You're very welcome. She would leave you to then probably go on the other side of the table and take a seat. All right. You are all very quiet, and it is unnerving. What has happened?
Just discussing business, that's all.
Well, then let's discuss business. Right now, we're just making googly eyes at one another. Which is not unheard of. It is still matching season, technically.
What is it that brought you here tonight, Lady Mirella?
Well, I was just discussing with Fallyn an offer that I was extending to the both of you, actually. I know that you have been removed from your seat in Cerule, rather unjustly, if I might say so. And of course, Cerule does not know what they are missing, I'm sure. As a part of that, I was extending the offer to the both of you to see if you would like to join Eldron, come into my house, and possibly participate in the matching season.
Valvaris looks to Fallyn, and he reaches a hand over to just gently place his over hers. Well, if my partner would acquiesce, I do not see any downside. To be blunt, I do miss the trappings sometimes of nobility. I do. It would be nice to once again have someone lace my shoes. But I am sure that it is more than just a simple, please come, live in my house, enjoy all of my wealth and authority. I must ask, what is the catch?
This may seem a bit far-fetched to you, but there is no catch. My desire for offering this is has a multitude of benefits to it for everyone involved, myself included. This is not something that I offer simply from the kindness of my heart, although that is a part of it. I don't know how informed you are of Eldron and its houses. Ironspade has been on its last legs for quite some time. It is simply me and my sister. My sister does not feel the draw to politics, and I need someone who is competent and capable and well-versed in such things to be able to represent House Ironspade and its interests in our court.
Well, you flatter us with your praise of our political prowess. So I'm to understand that we are going to come and reinvigorate your household. We are going to become political pundits, and we will be representatives. Correct?
That's correct.
And in exchange, we will be given a title. We will be given certain authorities within the realm and a place to call our own.
That is correct.
Well, Down with
as a-
Cerule and up with Eldron, I guess. That is a better deal than I have
That's what
had
we
in
love
2
to hear.
years.
That is
Truly.
music to my ears. I
As
will
long
say,
as Fallyn agrees.
of course, and I was telling Fallyn this but moments ago. I do not expect a definitive answer immediately. I do not think that we should come to that conclusion at this dinner. I think that the two of you can discuss it between yourselves and get back to me when you have come to your decision.
Fallyn, what do you think?
Mirella just
That actually just makes her laugh. That's like the first time a real laugh in a year. It's just a real well, it is no surprise at all that of course we're on the same page here. I knew obviously that there was not going to be much too long of a discussion to be had. However, before we agree officially on anything, I would like to add a condition.
Oh, all right.
Ottilia's gonna look at Otto.
Otto looks at Ottilia and then directly at Fallyn, and now you do hear his voice. Be very careful.
Has not even looked at you, is keeping her eyes on Mirella. And one hand over, now the hand that was over Valvaris is just holding it, and says, it's... when we win the perfect match, the two of us are very impulsive when it comes to one another. We obviously would do anything for each other, which means that sometimes we make certain deals, agreements, we gain power from whoever is willing to offer. We do what we can to find each other again. My condition is that we be free of these deals, and now I look at Otto, entirely. We receive what we have given back. We are returned what we have sacrificed to find each other again. And we will be free to enjoy our lives in the beautiful Eldron in peace. And I look back to Mirella.
For clarification, Fallyn, are you cashing in your boon?
Yes.
Wonderful. Mirella? There is no need for an insight check.
No.
You know what your conditions are with Othello. You have suspected that those involved with these triplets might be in similar circumstances. But it's good to know that your suspicions may have been correct.
Yeah, I would like to say one more thing. Otto, when I look at you, when we first showed up to the house after being turned mortal, I think the most visual change the only real visible change from being turned mortal that you would have seen, at least you, because you were the one who looked me directly in the eyes, was those almost opalescent eyes had normal pupils in them again. It wasn't those little wisps of ink that were kind of floating around like droplets in water. But when I look at you, you just see one little wisp, and then it dissipates. And then I look back to Mirella.
Well, of course, that is why we are here. The triplets of love and longing will ensure the longevity of both. You have our
I'm glad that this could work out.
Well, I love when we can close a deal. She kind of grabs her wine and just takes a sip of it.
As soon as the three of you agree Otto, Ottilia, and Mirella, since you're part of this deal. Valvaris already giving his consent and Fallyn stating her terms. A small sound, like a wisp of wind across the air, with a hint of magic, casts itself in the space. Otto, Ottilia, you have never experienced this. But a deal has been struck. And a particular god of trade and travel has signed the deal that you have agreed upon. If Fallyn and Valvaris win the matching season, they return to Eldron, free of your grasps and any conditions that you gave them, with their souls returned.
I did not agree to this. I just want to make that clear.
Though change of the wind says otherwise, babe.
I didn't even say anything out loud.
So just looks in Fallon's direction and just nodding at her, just raises a wine glass. It would almost be respect were it not for the fury in his eyes.
Kitty would also turn to Savita and just, she knows that her adopted sister, whose purview is passion, just her being this quiet is unusual for her. She's usually so vivacious, so full of life, and if she's here on a saving mission, she would just turn to you. Sister, are you... If this is too much, you don't have to be here.
Vita's kind of put the teacup down and pick apart like any raisins or like dried fruit on the cake, and they're gonna reach over to Kitty's hand and kind of inspect the inside of it. You did a stupid thing, you know. I was very worried about you.
I know.
Practically couldn't even get out of bed. But before she finishes that sentence, she will settle spell Gift of Gab as soon as she let that little moment have. And she'll just hold Kitty's hand really tight. I'm here. This seems like quite fun.
When the sun rises and glitters off the snow, it is a beautiful and breathtaking sight, but incredibly confusing, daunting, and quite frankly messes up every plan that you've had today, Shadius. Tonight is the Armadium Torrent Masquerade Party that includes the element of being a pool party, thanks to Gideon's insistence. Now it's winter. As you wake to this sight and the announcement from Phineas that it is snow day, what headspace is Shadius in, and what is he planning to do to fix this?
I think he's feeling bewildered. I'm not sure he's ever seen snow, to be totally honest. I think coming from Serul, it's like, of course, you know, you can have like flurries and like perhaps if you're out at sea, very perilous storms. But this is frozen water outside, and it's not like something he's particularly used to. In fact, his clothes, he has not packed for snow fare whatsoever, which kind of puts his hand to the window and just pulls it back, almost like repelled by the cold. And then realizes, oh shit, the pool, and will probably pull a shirt on and kind of head downstairs to see if the magical adjustments we've made to the mansion, double check if the pool's in fact heated. Let's find out.
As you run down the stairs, the estate itself is still being constructed and moved into the schematics that you have provided for your staff. The walls are still starting to move into the spaces that you want them to be. Pillars are starting to form themselves to create that second story balcony at the same time that people are moving around. And you do see from where you are looking over that balcony, the pool below that is half of the ballroom space. It has wisps of steam coming off of it, and you can tell that the water itself is going to be warm if you swim in it, but the temperature within the ballroom at the moment is still cold adjacent. What you're finding is as you move through the actual estate, it's like you're walking into hot zones and cold zones as the estate is starting to expand and eliminate the cold from within it. Almost like you have heating or a heating system within this house. It's just starting to kick into gear. What you also notice is there are a lot more staff around. You see several new butlers and handmaids and people dressed in genderless garb with white gloves, moving almost militaristically around, getting tasks done or simply standing before doorways that individuals might be residing within. As you move down onto the ballroom floor to look and check how all of the party plans are coming along, these giant seashells being moved into the space, you spot Elian with Otto. They look cold, disheveled, and as though they haven't really slept.
Good morning. Did I miss the memo where we have suddenly a bunch of new staff? What's going on?
Morning, Shadius. I thought some extra hands might be useful for such a prestigious affair.
I mean, I don't mind the help. I could have, more hands make less work, as they say, but
more hands and I like I feel like at that moment Burbank walks by and I look at Burbank and more security.
Sure. Well, welcome to have it. Everything going okay?
Yes. As okay as can be expected.
Okay, well, we've got a big day ahead of us. I think most of the spell work preparations are ready. We've got the halftime show planned, and remember, we are looking to make friends today, so we got to get our game faces on.
I kind of elbow Elian a little bit. You gonna tell him?
Shadius, what I tell you next, I would like not to be made public, please.
Oh, sure. Let's walk over to the tapestry in the corner here. Give us some privacy.
Shadius, for the first time, you reveal the secret meeting room to Elian and to Otto, one that you've designed for tonight's event. Hidden behind a few different tapestries are these small meeting rooms, like private libraries with chaise lounges, couches, and bars of their own to be able to sit, drink, meet, and discuss some important topics, especially if tonight is about making alliances. And as you open this, Prince Tristan has already found one and is inside partaking and eating breakfast and reading one of the books in the library.
Proper, dude. Well done. Brother, good morning.
Trying to work on the speech that I think I was tasked with. I don't know if I should speak.
Sorry, brother. I'm.
Nesta seems to. She what is she? And
I'm gonna be delivering the speech as a toast to you and Desta. Is that good?
I love you.
Okay. I felt you might not have wanted that pressure. I forgot to tell you, there's been a lot going on. The Tempests.
I may have gotten dressed too early also.
Yes.
I don't do
perhaps.
this. This is not my scene, but I'm trying.
You look great, brother. This news that I'm about to share, you as well, Tristan, cannot leave this room. The Tempests have fled.
Where?
Yes. I made sure of it.
Where to?
I don't know.
Forgive my ignorance. Off the city?
Yes.
Off the city.
They are gone, Tristan.
Into the wind.
Mina is gone.
Well. Shadius, did you do all this? You made the snow? I can't. Honestly, I wake up and I think I walked through some of your warm area, which, sorry, you might want to do that somewhere else, but This is great.
Yeah, I'm glad you like it. Yes. The snow wasn't me though. I sadly can't. Well, yeah, they didn't. I sent a letter to the powers that be if they could put up a dome around the city, but I guess it wasn't heated, so we'll have to make do with the cold weather, sadly. But I'm sorry to hear about the Tempest, Elian. I know they were friends. But as long as it's for their greater good and safety, which we should always be striving for, of course, everything's okay with them, right? We don't need to look out for them or send people.
Shadius, they fled the matching season with all the weight that comes with it.
Oh.
Tristan, I'm sure you've forgotten our lessons, but if one flees the matching season, one gives up everything. House, title, wealth, everything.
Yeah, you have to become a regular person.
Otter! Hey!
Hey!
Looking good.
Thanks. And you see him like sort of messing with his very crumpled old shirt that he's been wearing all night and running around in the snow.
Shadius, remind me next time I am feeling out of sorts to seek a conversation with my brother, for he never fails to lift my spirits just by being himself. Thank you, Tristan, for that.
It's gonna be a long night.
I'll reciprocate the hug.
Just
I give Otter a wink.
Insight check.
I love you guys.
What does that mean? What does that wink mean?
Roll an insight check.
Oh.
14.
14. Shadius with a 14. What would Otto pick up? Or what do you... Here's what I'm going to do for this. What do you want to relay with a wink? And then Cinder can decide what a 14 actually allows him to interpret. Because I feel like it's more on Otter's side than it is on yours. What are you intending to come across with a wink?
I think the wink is like, look at the sweetness of brotherly love. Like, isn't that nice? Is what I'm trying to convey. As we are.
Can I see this? Can I see this?
You see the wink. Oh, when no, you're hugging your brother.
You're hugging me.
Oh.
We're deep in the hug, bro.
This is more of a private little wink to Otto.
Oh, I want to bring it in. Dang it.
I think Otter, he kind of like, you see a tiny moment of him like of some sort of dark, either animosity or anger or sadness, and he very quickly sort of masks it. And he's like, yeah. Kind of pats you on gives you a little like very aggressive like pat on the arm. Brotherly love.
Otto, something peeves you about this moment. Because you know what Elian is planning. And so seeing this display of affection and pretending everything is fine contradicts what Elian plans to do tonight. As plans begin to come to fruition, do you have a conversation with Elian about it, or with Tristan and Shadius in the room, or do you leave it for later?
I would like to talk to Elian about it, but I don't think I would do it in front of Tristan and Shadius. I might pull him aside somewhere.
I would need to get ready for the party anyway, so I'd probably make excuses and start heading towards my chambers to start like putting on my actual outfit.
Okay. Then the four of you go about getting ready for the party. Shadius, was there anything else you wanted to do?
Yeah, I think on having new people delivered. I have much to do, many party plans to attend to, so it wouldn't be as intensive as I'd like. But I think he would do a once over on all of the new staff, just for like fast credentials, like name, where are you from, just a quick once over at least, and then party focus.
Shadius, as you go to the head of the staff, the new butler, Burbank, you are quickly informed that it is... How's the best way to phrase this? Above your pay grade.
Duly noted, Sir Burbank.
If you so wish, Shadius, we shall include you. But my orders are from the Queen.
I think as part of the First Prince's safety and his closest confidant, I should be informed of any plans or details that concern that duty. I swore to the Queen to bring home her sons. Did you swear this oath?
Of course. My allegiance is
Then I
to
think
the
we
Torrid
should share
House.
notes.
We shall.
As is mine.
But I cannot give you the credentials of my men. You must understand that. Trust that the Queen has only sent the best. Butlers and handmaids.
Oh, don't make Mom evil.
We shall inform you if anything is to go south. And you are, of course, in the midst of my men. As a military-trained man yourself. We will keep you informed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. A good evening to you. Swift preparations.
And to you. Take care of the prince. We shall handle the rest.
Okay.
He walks away. We move across to the Claymore estate, which for the last several days has felt quiet. As Sor and Amina, you prepare for tonight's party, this masquerade ball. What are you talking about? What are you planning?
I don't think Sor has talked much since, like, she's kept very quiet, like, nose to the ground, has really kind of dove into work, if you will. And is just trying to be helpful, but doesn't really know how to do it anymore. So she's just, work. I can't think if I'm working. So, I mean, I would definitely just see Sor, like, rifling through papers every morning at like the table and just like jotting down notes for different things and, you know, generally trying to be a good spy, but there's cracks starting to form.
You definitely have some more information being sent to you on a regular basis from your mother, informants who are investigating every single unmatched, trying to make sure that information wasn't hidden. And so every morning you receive some new information, some new paperwork to read over. And you yourself have been looking into some of the ongoings and outgoings here in the Demigod City. Something you quickly learnt was that the tea shop uses trinkets as a form of currency. Trinkets also being something that can be used to keep an eye on or have an element of an individual on you at all times. Something to keep in mind. And of course, whether you like it or not, your mother has also been investigating into Amina. And so occasionally you receive letters of updates of what Amina was like when she was in Cerule, information about what her favorite foods or drinks might be. It feels in the same way when a parent tries to play matchmaker. not only giving you information about what you might not like about this individual, but also encouraging the if you use this kind of tea, she might like you more behavior. And so
I think, yeah, I've definitely, like, Sora has definitely, like, whether Amina's noticed it or not, every time she gets one of these missives, she immediately burns it afterwards. But quickly also, like, inputs that information into, like, the magic of the household. So, like, Amina's favorite foods are always available. Like, her tea in the morning is always her favorite tea now. Just trying to make this place more homey. Sora's just tired, I think. She's just really tired.
Yeah, I can imagine. And Amina, you've been receiving letters and invitations on different dates and ignoring them because none of these people have met you. And so going on dates with people who just see your portrait or people who listened to Good Morning Castleton after your arrival and think that you're this graceful, beautiful match that they could have doesn't seem interesting to you. How is Amina feeling after several days of being in this house, of watching Sora work and feeling isolated in the fact that there's nothing else you can really do whilst you're here? What have you been up to?
I think Amina is very lost, I guess, in a way. I think she came into this knowing exactly like what she needed to do. And with watching everything that happened with Sora and Henri, she's finally starting to think about what she wants. And it annoys her because she knows what she needs to do for her mother. And at the end of the day, all Amina has to do is marry somebody that will be able to take care of them. But she's not sure if that's what she really wants anymore. And she's also incredibly worried about Sora and is coming up with various ways to get her out of her endless pool of sadness.
What? I'm completely fine.
Yeah, okay, man.
Well, today is a day that Sora can't lock herself in the office. Not only is it snow day, which you have not really experienced, given that you were raised in Cerule, but also tonight is the Armadium Torrent party. And you have been invited alongside Sora and the invitation for Henri that was quickly resent to the Gladius household. Tonight, you have to attend a party and actually get out of the house.
Yeah.
I
think Amina walks to wherever Sora is knee deep in work. And attempts to remind her to get ready. Sora.
Yeah, what's up?
You've been working for quite a bit today.
It's a new day. There's new problems. There's new things to deal with.
Have you forgotten
Everything's changing.
What we're supposed to be doing tonight?
Sleeping?
No.
Oh.
No.
Are you sure?
We have the masquerade ball and we both have to attend.
How would they know if I don't?
I think they'd know very easily.
Wait.
Is
Do we
this
have
possibly
to
running into your sister?
No. Yeah. Do you think she's mad at me?
I don't think she's mad at you.
You
I
sure?
don't think she could ever be mad at you. Both of you did what you thought you had to do. And at the end of the day, I think the decision that was made was for the best.
Are we sure? Because she does not know that man.
She doesn't know him yet. But trust me, I know things are going to work out.
If you're wrong, I'm going to pinch you.
Is that it?
No, I'm probably going to hit you too. It's just, yeah. But, you know, if you're wrong, we're probably all going to die anyway. So whatever. Yeah, I'll go get ready. It's fine. Everything's fine. You have to come with me.
I have to come with you. But I'm already ready.
I meant to the ball, not to get ready.
Yeah, I can't help you get ready. So that makes sense. I don't know anything about... Look, we haven't hung out like this in years. I don't know anything about your fashion, your style, what you're into, what you like to wear. I
like the color white.
Guessing. Valid.
Thanks. Are we bonding?
Maybe.
Okay. I need a drink.
Look, regardless of what happens tonight, at least we'll have each other. I mean, I honestly don't think I could get through another night of this without you anyway.
Well, I'm literally responsible for you. So, you know.
That isn't entirely true.
Okay, sure. And I'm going to walk away and go get ready.
Amina is right.
You can think that.
Technically, Soar is not in charge of Amina. Amina comes from a different house, but that's not what your mother tells you. As you two prepare for the ball, we move across back to the Torrent estate as Otto finally drags Elian into a private room to talk.
I imagine that we are in like Elian's dressing room. It's very regal. There's probably a big table full of like fruit and wine and stuff. You know, you could have told him everything.
Oh, they would try to stop me. How does this jacket look, Otto? Does it match? I think it's good.
It looks really good.
Otto, I know you disapprove. And I told you the plan because I trust you. To do the hard thing. This is the hard thing.
The thing about nobles, because I've seen a lot of you at this point, especially at the castle, you're all really different. But the thing that all of you have in common is that you're convinced you're the main character of the story. And you don't need to be.
I understand the sentiment of what you're saying, Otto. But in this, I think you're wrong. This isn't me doing something because I want the attention on me. This is me doing something because I cannot ask someone else to do it. The matching season began with a sacrifice, and the only way I see it ending is with a sacrifice.
But why does it have to be you?
Because I'm the one who came up with the plan, and if I were to tell someone else to do it in my stead, that would be cowardice and coldness that I am not capable of.
And you see Otter kind of like turn in for a second and look away. What if there was another plan?
Like what, Otter?
Like one where you don't need to die.
For a moment last night, I thought to myself, Mina might have my heart. And this morning I realized that regardless of if that is true, my life belongs to the people. And we must be freed of the yoke of this matching season.
What people? You don't know the people.
I do, Otto. That's not true. You know that.
No!
You of all people should know that.
Elian. You know the role. Most people in Armadium, in Eldron, in Cerule, do you have any idea how horrible life is? And do you have any idea how little it has to do with the matching season?
I think,
Elian,
again, Otto, you're wrong. Nothing changes because of the matching season. Once I'm gone, I have left instructions for my brother. Things will change.
Yeah.
Death motivates people more than anything else. And while I am aware that my death will hurt my brothers, my parents, I'm also aware that it will light a fire that won't be ignored for some time. This is the one path I see forward.
What about me? You know,
I've made arrangements.
I don't want to
secure.
I move forward at a speed that you have not seen before, and it is almost as if, for a brief second, there is a haze between where I stop and the void of space around me begins. And I put my hand on your lapel. I don't care about that. I want change too, but I don't have much. When I met you, I had darkness and dark machinations. And I don't mean to presume, but when you asked me when my birthday was, I made it up. I was embarrassed. I didn't know. And you remembered, and that was the first year that I got a birthday present. And man, you gave me a brother, and I don't want you to take him away.
I'm sorry, Otto. I am. I realize now what I've done is cruel.
Otter walks across the room, picks up a bottle of like super fancy cerule wine with like pearl inlay and vibrant blues and yellows running up the glass. If you're really going to do it, then I'm going to tell you something. And I'm not happy with it. But I have seen how much you can hate Gideon when he fucks up and still love him. And I have seen how much you can hate Tristan every time he avoids taking ownership of his role. And you still love him. And I'm going to tell you this. And if you have to hate me, fine. Do you remember the night that we met?
I do.
Well, I spent about a week before that night stalking you, learning the way that you made your way through the city. I noticed a Prince of Cerule on their own. I noticed things. That's always been a part of me. And I also noticed a group of very unkempt, very drunk, very hapless would-be sellswords. And I told them that I saw Prince of Cerule stumble drunkenly into an alley, and that I would help them take him. And then the two of us together killed those men so that I could enter your house. But I did not expect. And he sort of like just does this. And then I'm going to take a really big sip from the bottle. And as I do, the color of the bottle, the glass, and the wine fades, and the whole thing just becomes gray.
Otto.
You do what you have to do.
Otto, you do notice everything. You remember that night, too. You saw me stumble drunkenly into an alleyway. When was the last time you saw me drink? Have you ever seen me drink?
Guess not.
Clouds the mind. Dulls the senses. Not for me.
I'm gonna miss you.
I'm going to miss you too, brother.
If you talk to your brothers before you go, maybe just tell them. And Otter is going to take the bottle, drink the rest of what has become this colorless liquid, and I think, if it's cool with you, AJ, I think he's just gonna literally jump out the window, fly away with the bat cloak.
Yep.
Batman.
Otter, as you fly through the city, Otter, and you look down at individuals that you don't care for, you see a wonderful scene in the central park of demigod children playing and running into a goat of chaos that transforms them into different animals for fun. As you land on a tall building, angry, hurt, all of your plans seemingly distracted by a love for Elian you didn't realize you had. What is it that Otto does?
Am I alone up here?
You are. You are nearby to some other people in nearby buildings, like on balconies, watching the snowfall.
When Otter lands in the building, it's like the smoke sort of poof, and tears are just tearing down his face. I don't think he's ever really cried before. I don't think he's ever really felt like he's had a brother or a family or anything like that before. And he is, maybe for one of the first times in his life, not hyper aware of his surroundings. And he's going to try to find someone that is standing that also looks kind of like alone on one of these balconies.
There's an individual. A man dressed in a relatively well-kept suit. Looks demigod in nature. Nothing hectic.
Looks demigod in nature.
You
interesting.
Feel the blade, the hidden blade on your person, calling to you. You know what this thing can do, but you haven't attempted to use it before.
I'm going to grab my cloak, fly over to that individual's balcony. And I'm clearly crying and stuff. Do you mind if I... And I'm just going to sort of plop down next to him. I'm sorry. I'm just going to kind of rub my eyes. No, it's fine. I'm just having a really rough day, and I'm going to unsheath the sword and in one action grab them by the back of their head and try to thrust the blade into their throat, and ideally try to push back until I feel bone, and then kick them off the balcony.
As you unsheath Tsurok from its hidden hiding space, this white bone sword slams into this individual, and you watch as the life is quickly drained from this demigod. And you are fueled with magic.
And as his body falls, I'm just gonna, with one hand, like wipe away the tears. And as I do, it's less like I'm wiping away and they just sort of like steam off. Okay. The plan doesn't change. And then I'm going to fly off back to get ready to the party.
Okay. Otto, you are now fueled and changing within the next 24 hours into a demigod. As
okay.
When a demigod
I thought it was just letting off steam.
When a demigod is killed, the person that kills them inherits their purview. Ariolath, you were not expecting to receive a reply, but there are some curiosities with this Mimi demigod of shapeshifting. So when you receive a reply to your date request saying to visit the tea shop and to potentially go on a stroll, it seems like a good idea to get in before going to tonight's party and working out what's happening with Vera. As you go out into the cold and make your way to this tea shop, how are you feeling? What are you thinking about?
It's an interesting spot because, as mentioned before, this whole thing wasn't exactly Ariolath's idea. So the fact that he got a reply from Mimi as well as Vera before both utterly surprised him. So it's very much so the idea of, even though I didn't want to be here, let's try to do something that is at the very least entertaining for both of us. So we'll call it cautiously optimistic and ready for whatever's going to happen.
Okay. As you step forward through the tea shop and the small bell chimes, Mimi, you look over, still half rabbit, half demigod. Sort of like if you took a harangon or the lower half of an Easter Bunny costume and then put the upper half of Mimi into it. Mimi, as you turn to look at the doorway, Ariolath, what does Mimi see?
Ariolath, still, even though it is snow day, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, just because in my neck of the woods on Earth, this is like the people that I see all the time. I'm going to make Ariolath those people that like wear shorts in the winter. So while everybody else is bundled up and everything, like he's still wearing like the same kind of clothes that he would wear like at any other time of the year, just okay with it being this cold.
Okay. Then before you, Mimi, you see this red-skinned tiefling with golden eyes, no pupils, standing in the doorway of the tea shop, dressed not for winter at all.
Yeah, it takes her aback for a bit. She just kind of cocks her head to the side, looks at you, looks down at your shorts, looks back up at you, and says, "That's an interesting choice for a snow day."
Is it snowing? I couldn't quite tell.
She just kind of like looks down at herself where she's literally transformed into half a rabbit just to get the fur and the extra insulation on her legs, and just kind of looks at you a bit weird, but shakes her head and says, "Would you like a cup of tea, or you are Lord Ariolath? Yes?"
That is indeed me, Lord Ariolath. Yes. Thank you for offering. Tea would be lovely.
She nods, and she will whip you up whatever tea you would like. And she will tell you all about how she is the owner of the tea shop, and these are made with holy water. So, you know, an extra blessed day, as Serendipity, her co-owner, would say.
If you asked him what kind of tea he would want, he's not a tea drinker, so he would tell you to surprise him. Just sort of a when in Rome kind of situation. So whatever you give him is what he's going to drink.
She will tell you that they recently just got a new stock from Lou the monk of the citrus tea, so that she will provide you with a fresh citrus tea. And hand that over to you.
Beautiful. He'll give it a good sniff. He'll sip at it for a moment, and this is very good. Thank you for making it for me.
It's my job. She just kind of nods awkwardly.
It may be your job to make the tea, but to have such an intuition as to what somebody would like it shows a little bit more than just a job.
She blushes a little bit and then kind of goes to busy herself at the cashier and says, "Just a moment, I just need to put these things away," because she's never been on a date before. She doesn't know what she's doing. So she's just trying to play it off that she's very busy in getting ready for a date. She doesn't know that what she needs to do for this date. So she just kind of does something along the pushing papers and napkins around the cashier and then goes, "Done. Perfect."
You see as Serendipity is just kind of like looking at you, very not say anything because you've told her not to, just kind of like waiting for you to go on your date, just like sitting there being like,
yeah, as she feels the glances from Serendipity, she just kind of like not death glares, but like very much like glares of like, "Do not. I know you're thinking of saying something. Do not. Don't do it." And yeah, she will walk over to Ariolath and say, "So, you started this thing. What are we gonna do?"
Well, you've given me a cup of tea. Thank you again. And you recommended a stroll in the garden, so if you are ready, and he will politely offer his arm, and indicate that we're going to leave for a stroll.
Yeah, she's gonna like hold your arm very awkwardly because she has no idea what to do in the situation. So she's trying her hardest, but it's a bit weird. It's a bit awkward.
We kind of look for a moment and then just roll with it. Just like,
okay,
all right, and start leading you.
As soon as you feel the like elongated fingers of Mimi on your upper arm, there's a weird sense of comfort you can't quite place. As you exit the tea shop and you make your way out into the snow, it isn't storming, it's just lightly trickling down. It genuinely looks picturesque. The entire city is covered in this beautiful, sparkling white carpet almost. And as chill as it is, it's not bone-shaking cold. It's one of those lovely, warm, wintry days where you can still feel the sun on you, but it is a nice chill. You take your tea with you outside of the tea shop and begin to walk towards the central park where strolls can be had. And as soon as you do, you see that part of the central park has transformed itself into an ice skating rink. And there are these archways of wintry flowers that are creating these lovely tunnels and mazes around. You see as individuals are throwing balls of snow at each other, Mimi. And then rolling them up into bigger balls of snow and stacking smaller balls of snow onto the bigger balls of snow, which doesn't even look like a person, but everyone keeps calling them snowmen.
Yeah, Mimi's gonna make a strange remark about the lack of artistic talent in these snow people. People? She's not quite sure if it's a person.
Well, in general, this is an activity for children, so large snowball, medium snowball, small snowball generally gets the job done, but you think you can do better.
Oh, I know I can do better.
He will gesture to an open space.
Famous last words. What do I roll to make a snowman?
Well, here's the thing, Mimi. You're the demigod of shapeshifting.
Oh.
Shapeshifting doesn't necessarily just apply to your person. It can also apply to objects. It can apply to water. And snow is just frozen water. You can shapeshift anything. What is it you'd like to create, as this is your purview?
She will recreate. She will recreate an exact replica of Ariolath from So.
Wonderful.
I have to ask what expression you're giving him.
It depends on what his expression is right now.
Playful curiosity.
She's gonna use the expression where he was less intrigued when he walked into the tea shop and was very unsure of himself. The first impression she got of him. So kind of a bit like, I imagine, tell me if I'm wrong, but a bit like hesitant, a bit like not frowny, but like clearly like not sure what he's doing there. And then maybe exaggerated a little bit so he looks a bit more frowny. Just to make fun of him.
So tastefully grumpy.
Tastefully grumpy, yeah. And then she'll accentuate the fact that like you are wearing shorts.
Just a
All of a
giant
sudden,
pair
they're
of
like
shorts.
man shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
The shorts, like artistically, this is a
Artistic license.
caricature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to be taken aback for a moment just because, like, didn't expect anything on this level at all. And then just kind of do the, like, look at me, look back at the snow Ariolath, and then walk right up to it and examine it.
So what do you think?
You didn't get my nose right.
She kind of looks at your nose uncomfortably close and then looks at the snow person.
They're fine.
No,
they're actually
it's
fine. He's just picking
it's
on.
very good. It's very good.
Is it?
Yes.
I
If
must
you
say
don't
it's
like it,
actually. No, I actually am flattered. Thank you.
I was about to say, if you don't like it, that's like a you problem, not a me problem, because I'm just working with what I have. Kind of gesture.
Just divine magic is what you have.
No, talent.
Just working with. Oh, yes. Well,
Talent for creating things, changing things. Like gestures to her rabbit pants.
oh, this isn't you normally.
Oh no, this is just me when I'm cold. It makes winter a little more bearable. And snow. When I'm not freezing.
Extraordinary. And he's gonna gesture to the shorts, just be like, "This is just how it is. I tend to run hot, so it just feels
that
fine.
like?
Usually very sweaty and gross, especially during the summer months.
It must be nice during winter.
It is. I can wear pretty much whatever I want."
Right. Great. She will fill in words to put something input into the uncomfortable silence.
You look around to the space, you see your goat is ice skating.
Oh my god. She will not so subtly point at the goat and then whisper over to you, "That's my goat."
You have a ice skating goat.
Well, it's kind of a long, not long story. It's a not so good luck item that is intended to cause chaos. Long story short, Serendipity is the goddess of luck. She gave me a goat. I put the goat into the world to create chaos. It's ice skating over there. As if
How
that is a
chaotic
perfectly good explanation for what has happened.
But yeah, it makes sense. You watch as the ice skating goat, as it knocks into some of the children, the demigod children, and the couples that are ice skating here for a date that they're on. As it sort of bumps into them, these individuals start transforming into animals.
You see Mimi start to cackle and kind of not really point, but kind of like gesture towards that and be like, and it's like, isn't that funny?
I mean, this is like watching somebody fall down the stage where I need to make sure they're okay. They're going to change back at some time. Maybe.
Oh, they'll be fine. They're fine. It's just a temporary chaos thing.
Then that is hilarious.
Exactly.
You see a lot of the people around are giggling at the fact that they're being transformed into animals, and it's become a sort of a game for some of the demigod children and the children around as they ice skate and purposely knock themselves into the goat to transform into animals and see if they could create different combinations, as one kid bumps into the goat for the third time and is now a sort of chimera shape with 3 different types of animal manifested as the demigod child. On the other side of said ice skating rink, Skylark points out the chaos happening on the ice. Dad, can I go run at the goat? Please, 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 please. Henri?
Hey, I don't know if that's...
Yay! And
Yeah,
runs full force down to the ice skating ring.
I look over at Henri and go, how are you going to say no to that face?
You can't, but... It's like that doesn't hurt, right? Surely it couldn't.
I mean, the
children
boy
and demigod
with...
children are the same, right? Like, there's nothing, different?
I have to assume. I mean, that one has the head of a lion and the body of a hippopotamus and the... Is that an eel for a tail? Gods.
Oh, please be something nice and cute. Please be something nice and cute. Please be something nice and cute.
I'm gonna roll for it.
Skylark turns into ancient gold dragon.
My daughter is so powerful.
Interesting. Okay.
Oh no.
Skylark runs at the goat, slipping and sliding on the ice. She's never gone ice skating before. She's 7.
Has she even seen snow before?
She has. It snows in armor.
Okay. Just making sure.
But she's been too young to ice skate. And the last year, when she probably would have been able to start during the winter months, she's been going through some stuff. She runs full force at the goat, narrowly misses its horns, and upon bumping into this goat, ends up transforming into a full-grown snow leopard.
Skylark, please do not eat the other children.
Sky? I'm gonna start making my way onto the ice towards her. Just
same.
Can you please both roll me dexterity saving throws?
You bet I can.
And remember, because you're in my presence, you get +5.
11.
Natural 1.
Ooh, boy. Okay. You both start slipping and sliding. You didn't put any ice shoes on or any of the skates that are being provided at the side. You simply walked out on your boots onto the ice. Slipping and sliding. Troyllus, you immediately fall. The moment your foot touches the ice, you slip and you slide across and bump into the goat.
Oh no! What have I turned into?
Can I please get you to roll me a D100?
Absolutely, my pleasure.
God.
38.
Okay.
Oh no.
You become a duck.
Can I still talk, or am I quacking?
Oh my God.
You can still talk. You are a talking duck.
Okay.
We get the Troyllus voice out of a mallard?
Yeah, you do.
What? She got a snow leopard, and I waddle across the ice, just.
Hey, Dad! This snow leopard comes bounding towards your duck form.
Skylark, slow down, child. Oh. And I brace myself and I put a little wing out, hoping that she doesn't hit me, or if she does, it doesn't hurt.
Ariolath's going to say to Mimi, "Oh my God, I think we're going to witness a murder."
Mimi is cackling beside you and then goes, should we tell them I created this or should we not tell them I created this?
Let's see how it plays out.
I realize as I'm holding my wing out that ducks can fly. So as she's bounding towards me, I quickly am like, and I'm like, oh, God, we had damn things. son of a, and just grumbling and like cursing under my breath, trying to make sure that my daughter can't hear this, but like you can hear the frustration in the immediate circle.
Henri, as you just gather your balance, you see as this snow leopard slides across the ice towards said duck that is Troyllus. As Troyllus tries to learn how to fly in less than a minute, and luckily gets out of the way of the snow leopard, who sort of 180s around the ice and looks back at you, paws out on the ice, looks up at Henri. You could see the very lit up, sparkly eyes that is very much Skylark in an animal form. The voice of this 7-year-old little girl coming out of this moor, it's surprising and yet it makes sense. And Skylark looks up at you, Henri. You should run at the goat! Run at the goat! Come on!
As I'm hovering there, run at the goat. If I'm a duck, you should be something too.
I think in that moment, so I'm just going to make my lore, Henri's lore real quick. My first word was duck. So Henri's first word is going to be duck, just for fun. So there's a little bit of a moment where she kind of looks at Troyllus in this duck form and is just like, oh my God, this is the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life. But it's also like, there's this like trepidation in it, because like, she doesn't really like the idea of just being a different thing. Mm-hmm. Like it's inherently really scary thing. So, in the chaos of it all, like there's little laughs and moments in it where she's like, it just crosses her mind, like I am now set to be matched with a duck. Sure, why not? And at Skylark's behest, she will continue to shuffle across the ice. And when she gets to the goat, kind of looks at it a little bit pensively and just looks at it, kind of like gets down to its eye level, kind of just looking at it, and just touches the horn ever so slightly.
You hear the voice of a child reply to you, "Hey, don't poke me." As you look up, the Chaos Goat is running around the ice rick. You just found another goat.
Sorry. Can I just get in the way of the goat?
Sure.
Can I knock her into the goat?
As a duck, you could certainly try.
Yeah. All right. What do I need to roll for this?
This is going to be. Let's just go an unarmed strike. You try and like push with padded duck feet and flap to try and push Henri across the snow. As this is happening, Mimi.
That is a natural 20.
Whoa.
Natural 1 to natural 20. Let's go.
In this moment, Troyllus becomes Farfetch'd from Pokemon and just...
Yes! My sword and shield is ready to go.
You learn how to fly in this moment. You flap your wings, you glide over and push Henri with your duck feet, who slides across the ice because it is slippery, straight into the goat. Henri, can you please roll me a D100?
I sure can. Give me something like a blue whale or something.
Mimi, Ariolath, you are still watching this. Are you assisting, changing anything? Is there anything that you guys would like to do? 9? Perfect.
Oh no. Is it the blue whale?
Mimi? Ariolath, is there anything that you two want to do in this moment whilst you're watching this chaos unfold on the ice skating ring? Is there anything that... Or are you just laughing together and enjoying watching the chaos unfold?
I am enjoying watching the chaos unfold. I would just like to know Do I recognize these two individuals? I don't think, like, from anything prior, it would strictly be from, like, the ball and just matching season in general.
I think you would know who these two individuals are, especially since you saw them running after a kid. There's not a lot of children here in the Demigod City that aren't demigod children. This is the first mortal child in the city for a while. So you know their story. You would have heard a lot of things.
Fantastic.
In fact, Mimi would have heard a lot of things as well about this trio of people, being that they are declared, being that there's some sort of tension between Troyllus and his sister, who claims to be pregnant with the child of Gilgamesh von March III, but Gilgamesh has not made an official statement and has not been seen in 2 days. So, well, a day since the duel. As you're watching and enjoying the chaos, you see as the female of this pair transforms into an elephant.
I flapped down.
The ice?
We'll see.
Oh no!
Excellent for a date.
Yeah,
breaking the ice.
This just became Madagascar.
It did. I flapped down, having figured out how to fly. Lay down, Ray. You.
Okay. So do I move?
Listen, I have no idea how to move as an elephant. I've just figured out how to move as a duck.
Is the ice solid? I should lay down, right? If you lay down, if you spread your weight out, then you can't break the ice, right? Just lay. I gently lay myself down on the ice because I don't know if it's solid or not.
You spread out your elephant limbs very slowly, and I don't know if anyone has ever seen an elephant do the splits. It's the weirdest thing you've ever seen in your life, as your trunk also extends out and you starfish across the ice. Tensely waiting.
I hate this.
I would hop up onto her trunk and just kind of like look in her eyes and be like, well, I suppose this is what happens when we let a child run to a magical goat. Perhaps we should say no to her more often.
Yeah, maybe it's not a good idea to let a child run free in a city of demigods.
You see as she starts bounding after some of the other demigod children.
Be gentle, you have claws. Okay.
I do have to say, though, it is nice to see her laugh. It's been a while to see her play, even in this ridiculous form. It is refreshing for her to be a child again.
Yeah, in a world that isn't really, yeah.
No, it's not.
It is nice. Just watch her. Just have fun.
I need fan art made of such a serious conversation happening between a starfish elephant with a duck on the trunk, having this like, yes, it's nice to see.
I don't know what the
loving. It's just everything about this is hilarious.
Ariolath's gonna lean over to me and just be like, I don't know what the duck and the elephant are talking about, but it seems it's quite serious.
Yeah, Mimi is cackling at this point, but nodding, watching the child run around as a snow leopard. And just being like, see what a little bit of chaos could do to the world? If we all just had a little bit of chaos in our lives, everything would be so much better. And then she's gonna like pull you along towards the rink.
He sort of smirks and like rolls his eyes like, okay, fine. Like, sure, let's do this. For clarification, does it actually snow in Cerule?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. Okay. I would say that like at some point in his life he had seen snow or something like that.
Yeah, probably on some sort of trip to Armor, or even Eldron has snowy months.
May I have a little creative liberties with my class abilities?
Sure.
Even though it's not rules as written. Just because, like, I would say that the idea of ice skating is something that he would be familiar with. Can he kick off his shoes and make his own set of, like, ice skates? As horrifying as that's going to be for the children?
Interesting. So, I think what you can definitely do, since you're able to grow spikes, is sort of turn your feet and claws into like snowshoes, like ones that don't slide, so it wouldn't be ice skating, but like you could sort of keep your balance on the ice by like plugging the spikes into the ice itself. But I don't think you'd be able to create ice skates out of your feet. But Mimi could.
No, there's an image that I have in my head, and I need the slide aspect.
Okay, then you can try with your boots on. You'll just need to roll a dexterity saving throw for me.
That's fine. This counts as something that I can see, so I would have advantage.
Go for it.
What is it? 60. That's a total of 19.
Yeah, that you have very good control on the ice. Mimi, could I get a dexterity saving throw from you as well, please, as your half bunny rabbit pants pad their way onto the ice?
Yes. Dexterity.
For some, I'm imagining the Winnie the Pooh, like winter movie version where they like fall and it's just like cute animals like sliding around on the ice.
That is an unnatural 20.
Wonderful. Then you also have full control over your rabbit pants as the two of you slide out onto the ice as well. Are you aiming for the Chaos Goat?
So if Ariolath is in control of this, he wouldn't. Because in this moment of just like sharing the sort of joy on the sidelines, he's now aiming for a moment to just like skate around through the chaos, just reveling in it.
Okay. And Mimi?
I like the idea of being a Bambi on ice, so I think that's what she's gonna transform into, just the Bambi movie with the deer on the ice, unable to stand up. So yeah, she's just gonna, as she gets on, she's just gonna do like half a lap as herself, just laughing at all the children and reveling in her creation of chaos. And then she wants to join. So yeah, she's gonna just transform in front of everyone into a deer.
Okay. You do so.
Do we see this happen?
Yeah, I think so.
I think in that moment,
she's not hiding.
In that moment, seeing it, there's a little bit of a ping in the back of Henri's mind, and she just mutters to herself, which Troyllus would hear. Seems that not everyone here against us. Maybe they're just as complicated as we are.
One might even say equals.
One could say. Now, how do I stop being an elephant?
I have no idea, but I can tell you I have a hankering for bread. I do not know why, but all I want is a loaf of bread.
You
just wanna get
smell
off the
one of the
ice.
food trucks. There are, well, food stalls. They're not trucks, because there's trucks don't exist. There are some food stalls off to the
Food
side
cart.
that are smelling as baked goods, some sort of meat dish that is wrapped in like a pastry ball that looks like a snowball, but is food. There are snow cones. Everything seems very snow and wintry themed. And there's also this big cauldron that looks like it is selling or providing a mulled wine full of fruit. You can certainly go and procure yourself things in duck form, if you so wish.
I feel like I should probably help you up.
How are you going to help me up?
I'm still figuring that out, but I'm resourceful, and
Can I just use my trunk and like try and grab at anything? Like I know I'm on ice, but like, can I like try and inchworm my way to the edge? So I can get off the ice. I don't want to step on it.
seeing that she's doing this, I'm gonna fly to her back and be like, maybe if I push to help.
You know what? I love this idea. Please roll me a athletics check, Henri.
Right.
You can roll
that's
with
acrobatics.
assistance.
Oops.
Because I'm helping so
athletics.
Yeah,
With advantage?
with advantage.
Oh, brother, that's a 15. What's that going to get me, AJ?
Not much. You use your trunk as like a suction to hold onto the ice and try to inch forward. Your trunk doesn't have a lot of muscle in it. Your legs do, and you're still trying to like use them without breaking the ice. As you watch another child transform into what looks like a dinosaur. It's miniature and has spikes all down its back and a long tail. You've never seen a creature like this in your life. It looks heavier than you and is just ice skating across the pond.
Okay. Okay. Now that I'm in this position, can I try to get back up?
You could certainly attempt it. That would be another dexterity saving throw for me.
All right.
And I will need a dexterity saving throw from Ariolath, as well as the Chaos Goat is going to run around and you might be hit by it.
It's a 24.
24, that's pretty good. You get up and you start somehow rotating. The momentum of you standing up as elephant form with your flat feet moves you across the ice, and so now you're just a rotating elephant, like on the ice itself. It's very slow though, it's not quick, it's just you moving like this, and you don't know how to stop yourself from spinning.
Like I'm oscillating on a microwave plate.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, cool.
Ariolath, what did you end up rolling?
That would be a total of 11.
Yeah, you get hit with the Chaos Goat. Please roll me a D100.
I love this so much.
Same.
I love this so much.
Would be a 71.
Ariolath.
It doesn't matter what number you pick on a D100. It always sounds like, oh no, what does that one do?
Mm-hmm. Ariolath, there's this moment as your body begins to try and change from the magic it gets hit by, where the beast within you feels odd, and almost as though it supercharges this magic, as though the two elements, one within you, one that you get hit by this Chaos Goat, form. And you begin to shift, and your eye line moves up and up and up. As you look down on the ice rink, giant claws pound into the ice itself, and you look at all of the children, most of them cheering, as a miniature Tarrasque forms itself, Ariolath, your spikes, born from whatever lives within you, whatever that thing is that manifests, that voice you sometimes hear, it grows and isn't released, but allows itself to be transformed by this chaos magic into a giant beast.
Guys, we did it. I'm a kaiju.
I look at Henri, who's still oscillating, go, could have turned into that. So that's something.
This is fine. Yeah, no, this is ideal. This is good. This is good, right? Can I scan around for Skylark? Is she still just bounding around as a snow leopard?
Skylark is joining the other children who are now climbing the arms of this creature.
Skylark, please be careful.
There are spikes on the arms that are ladders. And so, Ariolath, you are being swarmed by this horde of animal-transformed children who are laughing and giggling in this moment as you are this creature, but no one is scared of you.
That's the terrifying thing here. And like as they start to approach, it's this moment of just like, no, you don't want to okay. And he just like freezes as it starts, unsure of what to do at all. And it takes a moment to set in that they're having fun.
Mm-hmm.
So this is Matt trying to think of what can I do that would be entertaining but not dangerous.
Well, they're demigod children, apart from Skylark.
It's one that Matt's most worried about. We like these people.
Don't you hurt my baby girl.
Yeah, no, we don't want to do that.
Mimi, you see this happen. In your struggling deer form, you look up at the most magnificent shape-shifting you've seen in a while. As the aura from this beast covered in spikes reminds you of your parent. In fact, this beast would be what legend tells of shifting and shadows.
Mouth drops a little bit.
Deer mouth drops, yeah.
Deer mouth drops a little bit. She would hold up a finger and go, but she has no fingers. She'd probably like
out of the deer.
A deer finger rolls up, holds it. Yeah, she kind of looks at it for a bit, goes, I didn't do that. And then makes a mental note to ask about it later, because that's weird. That's suspicious. Yeah, she's... Are there any children around her? Or are they all climbing this terrask?
A few of them are starting to make their way towards this large creature. You could intercept their path if you wanted to.
Yeah, she's gonna approach one of the kids. That doesn't really... It's gonna be whoever's closest to her.
There's a small snow ferret just struggling to move closer.
And she's gonna go up to them and say, do you know, I can help you grow big too, if you'd like me.
Could ya? I can't really move with my feet like this.
Yeah, and she will cast Enlarge on the child to make a giant snow bear.
How are you spending a point of ether? Because you can enlarge them to twice the size, but if you spend an ether, you could make them. All right.
She will use an ether point. Not like massive, but like a good size so that it is noticeable.
Okay. A snow ferret grows up on the snow, half the size of whatever creature Ariolath kind of is, and faces off against you, Ariolath.
It's time to tackle!
And charges at you in beast form.
I would like to allow this child to tackle me in a spot where there's no spikes.
Mm-hmm. Okie dokie. You succumb to said tackle?
Yes, and then controlled descent to the ground so that any other children on me don't get crushed.
Wonderful. You watch as, well, Henri and Troyllus, you watch as a giant snow ferret tackles this spiked monster, and they begin to roll into the snow. The other animals all sort of joining in until it becomes this fun ride where all of them are holding on to spikes whilst this is happening, almost like they're going on an animal ride. They are laughing and giggling with each other, some of them still throwing snowballs. One of them, who is this monkey, this small monkey, is just lobbing snowballs at everyone because it has arms and no one else does, as they basically laugh and giggle atop the back of Ariolath, and this snow ferret is vicious. For a small child, very good and proficient at fighting. No idea what this demigod's purview is. It's a child. They still have different domains that they can utilize, but is constantly sort of diving under your feet in snow ferret form. Has really found himself in this moment, this small child. Mimi, you watch on with hilarity, and you feel the presence of shifting and shadows here in this moment. An approval of not only the chaos, but of this friendship, this unity, is happy that you are making Ariolath smile in Tarask form.
Yeah, has she ever felt that before?
No.
Yeah, she stops for a moment. Really feels what she's feeling. And then, like, double checks of, like, is this happening? And then looks up at Ariolath. And then, like, looks around just to check, like, nobody's casting a spell on her. Nothing suspicious is going on. That this is happening. This is real, right?
Roll me a perception check. Shifting in shadows has always been mysterious. It's part of the domain. There are creatures of legend that were created by your parent. Things like werewolves, mimics, strange elements to the world that always change.
Mm-hmm.
What did you roll?
That is a 15.
Okay. You don't see anyone sabotaging you or pulling a prank on you or casting any spells. You do see a lot of the mortal couples that were on this ice skating rink not but 5 minutes ago, sort of staying off to the side, a little bit threatened by whatever's happening. And 2 individuals, a duck and an elephant, still on the ice watching on. Nothing untoward.
Mm-hmm. Mimi feels strange with parental approval being accepted by a parent. Hello. But yeah, she feels good. Not gonna lie, and she is enjoying this date way more than she thought she would.
Henri, Troyllus, you watch as somehow the Chaos Goat got on top of the Tarrasque and is starting to nudge some of the children as it runs down the spine of Ariolath onto its tail. And you watch as it aims for Skylark in this moment. And as it does, Skylark transforms into herself once again, but with wings. These beautiful white wings, as every child is transformed into this angelic form by the goat, as the Tarrasque and the ferret go tumbling. As they do, in a weird display of magic from the god of shifting and shadow itself, the ice melts immediately, and like a wave, Ariolath, the ferret, all of the children, and the Chaos Goat, and the two of you and Mimi fall into the water that is now a hot spring. And every single person within the water ends up with a mermaid tail. The children fly down, plunge into the water, and Skylark as well begins to grow this mermaid tail and swims immediately over to the two of you, her white blonde hair almost hovering above in the air with her air genasi abilities, as she looks at the two of you.
This is the best day ever!
I would agree.
Very much is. Very much so. And in that... Go ahead.
No, you...
In that moment, everything that has happened, all of the previous days, the stresses of the Glaive and Gladius conflict, the argument with her sister, the massive responsibility that she's had to don for making a mistake while trying to do some good. Every moment of stress that has kind of occurred in the past few days, and just kind of everything that's culminated up to this point, it's just melted. It's gone. It's not even an iota of a thought. And for the first time in quite some time, Henri is genuinely happy to just bask in Skylark's joy.
And Troyllus, as he watches his daughter with this giggle and this excitement and this joy for the best day ever, he also feels an ease. For 10 months and some time, he's watched his daughter grow up faster than she should. And he has tried to stop it. And he has tried to take that burden from her, but he has never known how, because that wasn't his. He had someone else at his side who could help him do that, who could let her be a child and could be a parent alongside him. And seeing her in this state of pure joy, he's happy. And he thinks of the last time that he had, not the last time he'd seen his late wife, but all the times he'd seen his wife, and how anytime that she had been there with him, his breath would catch. And he'd almost feel like he couldn't, like, kind of just a little gut punch of butterflies in his stomach. And in this moment, looking at his daughter, glances over to Henri and feels one butterfly flutter.
That feeling that you never thought you'd have again takes you out of the moment, I think, slightly. As Henri, you look to Troyllus, who looks genuinely speechless and is also a merman.
I think Henri just smiles, looks back to Skylark, and then kind of gets a feel for her new tail, and just flicks it up from the bottom of the water and splashes Skylark, and without saying a word, dives into the water and swims away.
You have started a water fight. The kids join in. You hear the voice of the kid that was a ferret immediately start calling out to the children, "Water fight!"
And Henri will come back out of the water, and just start making, she's the BBEG here. She's coming at everybody and she's splashing everybody around her, which immediately takes her back to the days when she used to go down to the commoners' districts growing up. And she would play with all the children there, escaping the duty and the name, all the pomp and circumstance that comes with being a lady of a house. And she just gets lost in it.
Mimi and Ariolath, you are also in this state. And you feel, for yourself, Mimi, this transformation from your parent causing not only chaos, but joy in the people here. Sometimes mystery, sometimes chaos, sometimes magic from the gods can be good. People forget that. Ariolath, you think that this would hurt, seeing mermaids, knowing that your late wife was a sea elf and could transform similarly to this. And yet there is a pleasant note within you. Like your wife has always wanted to take you to the sea and have you experience what it's like to be among the mammalian people. And right now you're experiencing that. And so there's almost a joy from her that is present.
I'm going to take this moment thinking of Ariana. No words exchanged, but just those moments across the pond when, like, you're just looking around, people watching, catching eyes from Troyllus as we're kind of having a similar moment. And there's just that nod. And after that, he will turn his attention to Mimi and, not knowing her above the table, her perspective on things, is just going to say, "Your abilities are quite wonderful. Your talent."
Yeah, she'll swim a little closer and then whisper, "I would take the credit for all of this, but most of the latter half of what just happened was bigger than me. As in, like, from the gods. Specifically, my parent god." And then she kind of looks at you a bit and says, "You wouldn't know anything about the god of shadows and shifting, would you?"
I like think for a moment, just that was actually more of my wife's exploits. I never really taken to worship of any deity. It's not who I am.
She nods and says, well, it seems that my parent has seen something they approved of what happened here, because they just had their hand in some of that. So I think this has been a fantastic date. I'm not gonna lie, I had no expectations. In fact, I was very surprised you sent me a message at all. But yeah, thank you.
The pleasure is all mine. Thank you.
Do you join in the water fight?
Oh, I splash you. Like, straight up. No, and everybody's getting hit. I'm the BBEG, baby.
As soon as you splash Troyllus, he goes, all right, children. We need to teach this merfolk a thing or two about what it means to start a water fight. And I'm going to splash you back as hard as possible.
And in the midst of the snow, in this giant hot spring, surrounded by demigod children merfolk and these individuals, we move across and away to a less happy scene. As the evening quickly comes into view, getting ready for the Torrent and Armadium masquerade party has been a slow but intriguing process for the Mace household. Ursula wanted to attend to protect her sisters, but ultimately needed to stay behind to look after Drestel, who is underage. That argument didn't go well, and by the time Ardenna and Millie are almost ready to go, Narek, I think you're already tired from tonight's events. Ardenna, as you're finishing up getting ready, you see your father's head sort of poke nearby your dressing room, your space in which you're getting ready with the attendants. Just checking in. Do you start up a conversation or leave your father to check on Millie?
I think the instant that Narek pokes his head in, he just sees Ardenna has like 1,000-yard stare as the attendants are getting her ready, as she's not completely there. And you see her hand goes out to grab a teacup that Ursula had left for her, and her hand is shaking as she goes to pick it up. And before she can even get it to her mouth, her hands are shaking so bad that she actually drops it. And it shatters across the ground like, oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
I'll get it. I can...
No, never mind. You're at...
You'll hear
It's
a
all
knock at the door. Probably at that point, just...
Father,
Oh, it's...
hi.
Hi. I just was checking in to make sure that we weren't wearing the same thing. I know that's, a bit of a faux pas.
It's been a problem before, yes.
Well, I do sport white pretty well, and I do cut a dashing figure, your mother used to say. Do you need help? I just heard like a bit of a tumble. It's okay, and I'll go to dismiss the attendants for the time being.
The one picks up the broken teacup and politely nods to the two of you and exits out.
You look great.
It's good to hear. I think it took a bit more makeup than normal.
She's kind of like looking in the mirror, like checking her
the
face.
foundation is just really well blended. Yeah, nailed that one. All right,
you.
good. Yeah, absolutely. What? Doesn't have to be. I don't have to be your dad to tell that something's on your mind. I think you're gonna do great. I know you. Adesta, like kind of. Nope. Seems like I missed the mark. What's going on?
I don't know how to look at her and not also remember the last time we were in each other's presence. How do you do it? How do you sleep when every time I close my eyes, I see all the blood and I see her face as she fell and
Denny, slow down. Whose face? Whose blood?
killed someone. And everyone's acting like it's nothing. And I am supposed to be strong and keep the family together. And I thought I was doing the right thing, but how could something that was right feel this awful?
Let's sit for a minute and catch your breath. You're okay. Right now, you're safe. You're fine. And you're right. It is difficult. It is very hard. Don't let anybody tell you different. It isn't normal. But you did. Okay, let me ask you this. If we could rewind the clock to be that very moment and you're under attack and Desta's being threatened, what would you do differently?
I attacked first. If I could go back, I would.
What, let them attack first?
I don't know. I just...
Sweetheart, this is not about me. You did everything right. It doesn't feel like it, but you did everything right. But you're doing one thing wrong, in that the person that you killed, they had agency. They decided to be there. They decided to do this. And it's not just all on you. People make choices, and they have to live and or die by those choices. You defended yourself. You defended your queen. You did nothing wrong. But that doesn't mean it feels right. I'm proud of you. I'm proud that you feel the way that you feel. It's okay to grieve what you've done. I would think less of you if you were just so very casual about killing someone. So in a way, I'm relieved that you're feeling upset about it. I know it's kind of messed up, sweetheart, but I am. It will, in time, become easier to think of it and not dwell on how awful it felt. And what's worse is that you may have to do it again.
It's made worse by the fact that I fear that my actions have placed our family in a position where we are less safe, where this might be something that Millie or Ursula or even Drestel has to do, and I don't I don't want that for them.
That's good that you don't want that for them, but this is your job. This is the job that your mother had. And it's an all-consuming, all-encompassing effort to make sure your siblings and your house and yourself stays safe and that you're happy. And you're doing amazing at it. You've just started. And already you're being incredible.
She kind of leans her head on his shoulder. I wish we could have brought the dogs with us.
I know.
I could use a cuddle right now.
You know, I could tell you about the first time I killed someone if it makes you feel better, but I don't think it will. I could tell you about the last time I killed someone, but I don't think it'll make you feel any better. But here's what I've learned. Not every death is a tragedy. Sometimes it's needed. Sometimes it's unfortunate. Sometimes it's an accident, but sometimes a culling. The world can be made a better place, and it's not always with hugs and treaties that happens. And you bear the mantle of responsibility. You are the daughter of your mother. And you know that she was not some rose in a field that just let herself be. She took charge. She beat my ass in combat more than once. And, you know, and I wish I could tell you that I held back, but I didn't. And, she was fierce and your mother's daughter. And, you know, they often see us as shepherds, but to protect the sheep, you must kill wolves. You're it. Ardena, you're it. And I'll always have your back. And your sisters will always have your back.
Danny! Danny, how are you doing the horns? I can't fix it on the mask. And are you gonna? And you'll see Millie kind of comes into the room and sees you two leaning on each other and stops for a second.
No, come, just group hug. We're just come here, come right in.
You have to let it happen. You know he's not going to relent until it happens.
Oh, she's straight into the embrace.
You red. That looks really nice on you.
Thank you. I made sure to put the pearls in the golden inlays. Are you going to be
It's
hanging?
very nice.
Are you going to hang some pearls off the horns, or is that too much? Necklace, horns.
No. I mean, why not both? It is a masquerade after all. It's one of the few times you can be
I
an
actually
extra.
had a surprise for you, Millie, but you're here. I've found out that you like this book. And I've been trying to find
Millie like gives a look at her sister immediately, going, "Oh."
And I've been asking, and I think I found a lead on an original print of the prince. The print. Anyway, I think it's even perhaps a signed copy. So, after the
Sorry,
masquerade,
Dad, you don't mean the wrong prince.
That's it, the wrong prince. Yes.
Yeah, Millie's staring at Ardena going, "Oh god, oh god, oh god."
Ardena's just laughing.
I've heard it's a really good book, so I'm very excited to get it. I'm sure I'm gonna read it. No.
You should definitely read it before you give it to Millie. You should. It's such a good read.
I am.
Well, I'm sure. What can you summarize it for me if you want?
No, just when. So sorry, signed copy. Yes, I am very excited. Please, as soon as you get your hands on it, straight to either of us. She's like,
that sounds great.
As red as her dress.
You know, remember when you were a little girl? I used to read you stories at night. Maybe I could read you that book before
Oh
bedtime.
God, no! Oh boy.